Right. Everybody okay? Just make sure this is off. Thank you, comrade.
Is that right? For your birthday? Are we hidden?
Good morning, conference. Colleagues, can I bring conference to order and welcome you to the Scottish Labour Party Annual Conference 2025. Conference, please join me in welcoming Martin Rhodes, our Labour MP for Glasgow North and my local MP, so I'm delighted to welcome Martin to the rostrum.
Conference, welcome to Glasgow. Quite a lot has changed since we met here a year ago. 12 months ago, Glasgow had no Labour MPs. Now it is my privilege to be one of Glasgow's 6 Labour MPs and one of 37 Scottish Labour MPs at the heart of a Labour government. So welcome not just to Glasgow, but welcome to the parliamentary constituency of Glasgow North, my home that I now have the privilege and responsibility of representing in Parliament. I moved to Glasgow back in 1992, planning to be here for 3 years. Over 3 decades later, it has become my home. It is a city I fell in love with, and it's a city that I'm proud to call home. I hope you too enjoy your time here during conference. Glasgow is a city with resilient and diverse communities, iconic cultural venues, and dynamic businesses. But Glasgow is a city that in recent years has lacked a political leadership with the commitment, the skills, or the ambition to take Glasgow forward. The SNP administration of the city chambers has let Glasgow down. Just yesterday, the Glasgow Labour Group put forward a budget that sought to address the SNP's failures in our city. It was a budget that would have cleaned up Glasgow, made our city safer, and targeted more support for those who needed it most. A great city such as Glasgow deserves the political leadership that the SNP has failed to deliver. Glasgow Labour offers that leadership, and this will be the choice that we will offer to the people of Glasgow in the council elections in 2027. Leadership and ambition for the city, not more SNP mismanagement of the city. Last year, people in Glasgow voted for change at the general election, and Labour has begun the work of delivering that programme of change. A pay rise for the lowest paid 200,000 people in Scotland, introducing day one employment rights for workers, including paternity leave and sick pay, reforming universal credit to help families, protecting the triple lock for pensioners, establishing the Child Poverty Task Force, setting up GB Energy headquartered here in Scotland, a national wealth fund to unlock investment and support the delivery of the industrial strategy, the largest funding settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution to invest in public services, beginning the process of banning exploitive zero-hour contracts and ending the practice of fire and rehire. But the general election last year saw the end of only one of Scotland's failing governments. After 18 years, the SNP government is failing Scotland too. Scotland needs a new direction. And this conference is our opportunity to set out our plans to deliver that new direction with a Scottish Government led by an Asawa as First Minister, focused on delivering for the people of Scotland. ending peak rail time fares, free swimming lessons for school children, decentralizing power to empower local communities, ending the 8 a.m. lottery for GP appointments, ensuring people get to see their GP within 48 hours. Conference, enjoy Glasgow, and I hope you have a productive and effective weekend here in the hall, in the exhibition area, in the fringe meetings, and across the city. Conference, this is our opportunity here in Glasgow to set out for all of Scotland our plan to deliver the new direction Scotland wants and needs. Let's leave here more confident in our values, yet more focused on delivering for the people of Scotland. And together we can deliver the new direction for Scotland.
Thank you, Martin, for that warm welcome to Glasgow and your constituency. Conference, can I ask Eileen Dinning, Chair of the Conference Arrangements Committee, to make her first report to Conference?
Good morning, Conference. I'd also like to take the chance this morning to welcome delegates, members and visitors to our 2025 conference here in Glasgow. This is the first Scottish Labour conference in 16 years with a Labour government and taking place in a Labour constituency. So today we have a busy agenda where we'll hear from our leader, Anas Sarwar. We also expect this to be extremely busy, and as a result, we would ask that all delegates are lined up at the hall door for 1:30 p.m. If the conference hall reaches capacity, we will have overflow rooms for members who will be directed there by conference stewards. And if delegates are not in their seats by 1:45 p.m, then their seat may be given away, so please ensure that you are here promptly. The Conference Arrangements Committee have been able to timetable all competent motions without the need for a priorities ballot. Excuse me. This does mean that some debates are extremely busy, and we would ask all delegates to keep strictly to time. Movers of motions are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak, with seconders and all other speakers permitted up to 3 minutes. And speakers will notice a traffic light system on the stage, indicating when their time is coming to an end and when their time is up. I would also remind Conference that if the debates are getting a bit long, then it may well be that the Conference Arrangements Committee will have to revisit the timing for speakers and seconders. 4 emergency motions were received prior to the deadline. The motions submitted by Unite, GMB and Glasgow Kelvin were rejected as they covered an issue which arose prior to the motions deadline, and so it is not an emergency. The motion submitted by Canningham South CLP was accepted and has been tabled in tomorrow's debate, A New Direction for Our Economy. However, after appeal this morning, the motions from Unite and Glasgow Kelvin CLP were admitted as emergency motions and will be tabled to Conference in the debate, A New Direction for Our Economy. But we're quite reasonable people sometimes. This morning we will have a debate on a new direction for the next generation before hearing from our Secretary of State for Scotland, Ian Murray. And we will also recognise the hard work of members, CLPs and trade unions in this morning's session with the Care Hardy Awards. And in the afternoon, after hearing from Anas, we will have debates on a new direction for our public services and a new direction for our communities. Members will have noticed this morning there's an increased security operation at the entrance and throughout Conference. These security measures will be in place throughout the entirety of Conference, and I would like to remind members there is only one entrance to the secure area of Conference, situated at the entrance where you will face bag searches. Bags larger than an A3 size will not be permitted, so please do not attempt to bring in larger bags or suitcases. I didn't write this, by the way, okay. Please ensure that on Sunday morning, if you're checked out of your hotel, you make alternative arrangements to store luggage. If members leave the secure zone of conference through any other exit, they will only be permitted re-entry via the single point of secure entry. There's also a wide range of fringes taking place within this SEC in mornings, afternoons and evenings, alongside our evening reception. I would ask all members to ensure that they participate fully in the full conference programme. We have tonight's welcome reception and tomorrow night the conference disco, both in the Crown Plaza. Please enter the Crown Plaza via the Argyle Suite doors, and entry will only be permitted with a conference pass. And please leave quietly, I think probably should be in there as well. So can all delegates please ensure that you've collected your ballot packs from the Labour Party information stand in case a card vote is called. And finally, I would say, if anybody has any questions, any issues, any support, any advice they need, please come and see the Conference Arrangements Committee before you lose your temper or you get really, really angry, and we will try and calm you down, okay? And give you the support that you need, because that's exactly what we're there for. So once again, welcome to the conference, and I move CAC report number 1.
Thank you, Eileen. Can I ask conference, are you happy to accept the Eileen CAC report? Thank you very much. Can I now introduce the conference's charity? We're going to see a video from the Disasters Emergency Committee, and we'd encourage delegates to support this vital work at this time. There is the opportunity to donate at the Labour Party stalls, and there's QR codes readily available. So if we can see the video, please.
Millions of civilians across Gaza and Lebanon are facing a catastrophic humanitarian situation.
We've seen families struggle to survive, doing everything they can to keep their loved ones safe.
At times like these, we can often feel powerless, but each one of us has the power to make a difference.
DEC charities and their local partners are providing life-saving aid, including food, water, shelter, and medical attention across the region.
The needs are overwhelming, and we urgently need to do more.
So please, donate now.
Hello, conference. The last time I stood at this rostrum, I was delivering the vote of thanks. And comrades, I'm ashamed to say that I inadvertently omitted to thank the signers. So, can I start today by thanking the wonderful signers here, helping us ensure our conference is accessible to all. And having messed up last year, I'm going to get some other thanks in early. Firstly, thanks to all the workers and volunteers who make our conferences a success. I also want to thank my union, Unison, for all their support to me, my colleagues on Scottish Labour unions, everyone in the Scottish Executive, and Joanna Baxter as Vice Chair for helping me through this year, and my family for always having my back. It's an honour and a privilege to be chairing this conference, the first in a decade and a half under a UK Labour government. And I'm chair of the party as I'm one of the 2 Unison Labour Link representatives on the Scottish Executive Committee. Our party is unique, and so is this conference. We bring together individual members, affiliated unions, the Cooperative Party, socialist societies, and elected politicians. We give a voice to all. Our unity and common purpose is so much greater than the sum of our parts. So be proud of yourselves and what we stand for. Last year, we rightly celebrated the Hamilton and Rutherglen West by-election and the doubling of our MPs at Westminster. Well, now we have 37 Labour MPs standing up for Scotland. From the Western Isles to Lothian East, right across Scotland, we have begun to turn the map red again. What a result. Change really is possible. And I want to acknowledge the work done by you. Every door you knocked, every call you made, and every pound you donated helped us win. And central to that victory was the work of our fantastic party staff, who worked tirelessly on our behalf, led through the election by John Paul McHugh and now by Kate Watson. I salute and thank them, and I know that they are fired up and ready to work with us all to deliver the new direction Scotland needs and elect Anas Sarwar as First Minister. Our Labour MPs are delivering on the promises we made to the British people. The Employment Rights Bill, introduced within the first 100 days by Angela Rayner, is enacting the New Deal for working people, introducing a raft of new rights for workers and their unions, including day one rights and the end of fire and rehire, which can't come soon enough as we have employers, public sector employers at that, such as Aberdeen City Council and River Clyde Homes, shamelessly rushing to dismiss and re-engage workers before it's outlawed. Shame on them. And I want to acknowledge the support of Labour politicians at all levels in helping unions oppose these attacks. Alongside this conference, the Scottish Policy Forum is hard at work developing the policies we need to transform Scotland. I pay tribute to Hazel McIver for guiding us in the process so successfully and collegiately. So far, over 200 submissions have been received from individual party bodies and a wide range of organisations. That level of interest and the interest we see in this packed conference, the expanded exhibition and the extensive funds programme shows that Scotland needs and wants a new direction, one that only Scottish Labour under Anas Sarwar can deliver. This conference has an important role to play too in our policy development, and I hope I'm able to accommodate as many of you to speak as possible. The knowledge, experience and goodwill in this room is second to none. We must harness it to deliver the new direction Scotland needs. Because the catalogue of failures by the Scottish Government just grows and grows. Only in SNP Scotland could we have a ferry delayed for 7 years that can't go to the support where it's supposed to, and there'll be no time frame for when it will. Of course, public ownership would be welcome, yet so far all we've got is spin and no action. What a total disregard for Adjournment. Then there's a housing and homeless emergency and ambulances stacked up outside A&E, and years wasted and millions down the drain on a national care service bill that was never fit for purpose. Social care is still in crisis. We're nowhere near £15 per hour for care workers, and the lived experience community are up in arms. That's the SNP's record. So I want to acknowledge the work of Jackie Bailey and her team in imposing all which was wrong with the NCS bill and working closely with Unison and other affiliates to salvage the mess by submitting amendments this week to put some real statutory bones and meat on ethical procurement and fair work, tackling profiteering and tax avoiding in Scotland's care system. Scottish Labour doing the Scottish Government's job for them. And this too can't come soon enough. Just yesterday, we were alerted to the sale of 10 Four Seasons healthcare nursing homes to a company called Allure, a company only formed 3 weeks ago. And what is their first step in Fair Work Scotland? To advise that they're cutting sick pay for the first 3 days, as if we've learned nothing from the pandemic. Workers forced to choose between being off ill and out of pay or going to work and spreading infection. So we need bold and clear policies and pledges like the ones on social care to win the trust and confidence of the Scottish people. As otherwise, reform will continue to rise, as too many people feel the system isn't working for them, that things aren't fair, the world is changing, and not for the better. Valid feelings. We need to acknowledge them, not lecture people. Many people are angry and scared. We need to give them the hope and then the confidence to act. If we want that action to be building a fairer Scotland by voting Labour, then they need to believe us. We always need to say, don't scapegoat your neighbour. Don't let the rich and powerful divide us. We stand against racism and fascism. We're trans allies today and always. We are for disability and sex equality. We are alert to Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. These are our convictions, and we stand by them. So I'm clear. When Trump announces the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Gaza, and you're asked about Gaza asylum seekers, don't give an inch to reactionary Tories. Labour needs to speak up loud and unequivocally for Palestinians. The election of Trump and the rise of the far right globally shows that it's a zero-sum game on othering. We must not let them drag us where we shouldn't be. On Grangemouth, we need to all be united as Scottish Labour and be clear, the redundancies are unacceptable. There's no justice and there's no transitions if the jobs go. We need government intervention, and we need it now. It's unimaginable the mess we would be in if the Tories had won last year's election. We must never forget that. We know that making the change Britain needs takes time. We've seen our UK Prime Minister and Chancellor delivering a budget that provides billions more for Scotland's public services. And in April, we will see the minimum wage rise significantly, with wage rates on their way out. We are right to trumpet the successes and promises delivered. That sense of change delivered and needs to intensify between now and next May. So together, let us begin over these next 3 days to set out the policies and pledges we need to take Scotland in a new direction under an AS. In doing so, we will have confidence in our principles. An injury to one is an injury to all. There's so much more that unites us than divides us. Those with the broadest shoulders should bear the most burden. So comrades and colleagues, enjoy your conference. Get the most out of it you can. And most importantly, be kind to me. If we stay true to ourselves, we strive to be our best, then we will succeed. We will elect and re-elect a cadre of great MSPs and get rid of this complacent, failing government. And we'll ensure that Anas is the next First Minister and ready to take Scotland in a new direction. Thank you. Colleagues, please welcome Kate Watson, General Secretary of the Scottish Labour Party.
Thanks, Simon. Conference, Kate Watson, first-time General Secretary, first-time Speaker. You only get one shot to use that line, so I thought I'd better take the opportunity. The first conference I ever worked for the party was in Aviemore in 2008. It was the conference where the formidable and phenomenal Leslie Quinn gave her last speech as Scottish General Secretary. We also had a Labour government, and as a young organiser, I was so excited to meet our then Labour Prime Minister Gordon Brown. And Anas just reminded me backstage that it was also the conference where he introduced Gordon Brown, so it was the first time I heard him speak as well. I think it's safe to say, comrades, it's been a long road together since then. So what an incredible honour it is to address you for the first time as your General Secretary, and to do so after a general election which seen Scotland lead the way in delivering another Labour government. It's an added privilege to be able to do so in my home city of Glasgow, a city now represented east to west, north to south by 6 fantastic Scottish Labour MPs. Six of 37 champions for their communities and at the heart of a Labour government that is delivering for Scotland. A Labour government that finally ended Tory austerity, that has invested in our public services and delivered the largest settlement to Scotland since devolution. A Labour government that is finally delivering justice to our miners and to the victims of the post office and blood infection scandal. A Labour government that is fixing our economy after 14 years of Tory chaos. A Labour government that has delivered the new deal for working people, a pay rise to 200,000 of the lowest paid workers in Scotland and the biggest upgrade to workers' rights for a generation. That's a Labour government back in the service of working people. And conference, that's what you helped achieve last year. 37 MPs and a UK Labour government does not happen without the people in this room and our activists across the country. So conference, thank you for your hard work. I know conference will also want to put on record, as Simon did, our thanks to John Paul McHugh, my predecessor and friend, who so ably led our staff team during the general election. And to our staff team, we couldn't do it without them. I certainly couldn't. So please show your appreciation to the Scottish Labour staff team. Yeah. Believe me, they deserve it. If you ask any of them, I'm sure they'll tell you I haven't exactly been my calm, stress-free self this week leading up to our biggest conference ever. So thanks to them, and especially to Bernie, my rock, who'll be backstage saying that we're already ahead of schedule, so get on with it. I also want to thank our wonderful Deputy Leader, Jackie Baillie, and our Secretary of State for Scotland, Ian Murray, who, as political leads during the election, were phenomenal. But conference, the absolute driving force behind our campaign and the success we achieved last year has been Anas Sarwar. Under his leadership, our party has transformed. We've got our energy, enthusiasm, motivation, and our mojo back. And I'm not just saying that because he's sitting right there. I watched Anas every day during that campaign, travelling across the country, rebuilding trust with voters, setting out what change meant and why it mattered, fighting every day for Scottish Labour and for the people of Scotland. And conference, as someone that's worked on a lot of campaigns, I can say they reveal a lot about a person. And there is no one I would rather be in the trenches with than Anas, and no one we can trust or be proud of more to lead both our party and our country. Anas is the First Minister Scotland needs, and I know that next year we will make that a reality. But that work must start now, and let's be clear why it's so important. Yes, last year was a watershed moment for our country and our party. Together, we kicked the Tories out of Downing Street and bet the SNP for the first time since 2010. But conference, our job is only half done. To really change the lives of the people across Scotland and ensure our best days lie ahead of us, we need a new direction. And nowhere is that clearer than in our NHS. Under the SNP, our NHS, Labour's greatest ever achievement, has been broken. It is no longer able to deliver on its founding principles, being there when you need it and free at the point of use. Only Anas as First Minister and a Scottish Labour government can fix it. After 18 years, the SNP has lost their way and every community across Scotland is paying the price. That's why this afternoon Anas will set out how a Scottish Labour government will deliver that new direction for Scotland. But conference, it falls to us. We need to take the message to every part of the country, speaking to people in communities on their doorsteps about what that new direction means for them. So conference, today we put our party back on an election footing. Our Scottish Labour election machine is ready to deliver the most technologically advanced and effective campaign this country has ever seen. We've learned from a lot from the general election, so now it's time to take it up a gear. So conference, let's fire up the doorstep apps, get back out there, for the brilliant Scottish Labour Parliament candidates we are now selecting across the country. This party knows how hard we need to work to win an election, but we know that when we have the vision and we put the effort in, we can do it. Because we did do it. We did it in July, doorstep after doorstep, community after community. You took to the campaign trail, in the fields and online, and turned constituency after constituency Labour red. So we will do it again. From the Western Isles to West Galloway, let's spread the message that Scottish Labour is a party ready to deliver for all of Scotland. We are ready to fix our NHS, grow our economy and rebuild every institution the SNP has broken. We have the plan, we have the talent, we have the leadership, we have the passion, we have 15 months. So let's show the people of Scotland that we are the only party that can deliver for Scotland. It's time to finish the job, deliver a Scottish Labour First Minister and a Scottish Labour government this country needs. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate, for a great address. Conference, before we start our first debate, we will now have a minute's silence to remember the members we've lost this year, and thanks to those who submitted their obituaries. So if you could stand if you can, we'll stand for a minute's silence. Conference, our opening debate is on a new direction for the next generation. Before we begin, can I take this opportunity to thank our CLPs, trade unions and affiliated organisations for the number of motions received. Copies of all the motions debated at conference have been emailed in advance to all delegates via the delegates report. They can also be found in your CAC report. Can I also remind delegates to ensure they have picked up their ballot packs from the party's information stand in Hall 1 in the exhibition area. During this morning's debates, conference will consider the following motions. Motion 1 on fair work and inclusive education, submitted by Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley CLP. Motion 2 on PE in schools, submitted by North East Vice CLP. Motion 3 on CAS review guidance, submitted by Glasgow Cathcart CLP. Composite Motion 1 on free school meals, submitted by Dundee City East CLP, East Lothian CLP, and Hamilton Larkhall and Stonehouse CLP. Conference, I will call each motion one after the other during the debate and invite speakers once all motions have been moved and seconded. Speakers are welcome to speak on any of the motions moved in this debate session. Each delegate moving a motion has 5 minutes to speak. A seconder has 3 minutes, although we'll accept a formal second from the floor in the interest of time. All delegates speaking in the debate have 3 minutes. This will be timed and I will be strict to allow as many delegates as possible to participate. Conference, before we start our debate, we will now watch a short video.
Are you all right? How's it going? How you doing? Today we've recommitted our support for free tuition, which is a success of devolution. But what we're seeing is we still got to find a sustainable funding model for higher education, and that's also like how we attract more protected places for Scottish students. how we make sure there's adequate support for people that are going to do those degrees that are going to help us reform the NHS, for example. But also, how do we support those kids that don't go to university? Because everyone deserves an equal opportunity and equal chance. And right now it sometimes feels like university is seen as the success and everything else is seen as being a lesser type of route, when in actual fact, whether it's an apprenticeship, whether it's direct to employment, whether it's a college or university, they're all successful routes that people can take to achieve good things in their lives.
I think it's really refreshing hearing that, because I think it's quite a make or break issue, I feel, with the tuition thing. I don't think anybody thinks the system we have now is perfect by any means, but it's one of the most sort of fundamental Labour style policies, Labour philosophy policies, that anybody can go to university for free.
And that's what we're saying, look, it's a success of devolution, but that can't be the only thing that we talk about. We've got to do how we build on that success.
It is a really big issue for me, because I know that I'm going to graduate with so much debt, and I don't want anyone else to have that, because someone, you know, like working class students, especially like myself, who aren't like properly educated on how the system works, are really put off from going to uni. I think it's really important that we do this.
One of the big challenges we've got is like the SNP try and pretend just because we have free tuition means everything is great in our skills system or education system, and that's not the case. So how do we maintain free tuition? How do we work with universities to get sustainable finance? How do we get universities part of the growth plan and economic plan for our country, and how do we make sure every young person gets a chance to succeed, whether that is university, college, apprenticeship, work, or a combination of some of them? That's the real focus of what we're going to do going into the election in May 2026, and if we're successful, that's the kind of government we'll lead.
Conference, can I now welcome Pam Duncan-Glancy, MSP, Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Education Skills, to open the debate. Thanks, Pam.
Thank you.
It's quite a morning for Team Maryhill and Springburn.
Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Chair. It's a great honour to be with you all today in Glasgow, the region I am proud to represent on behalf of the party, and the place I am lucky enough to call home. Throughout the history of our movement, Glasgow has been at the forefront of the fight for social progress. A place that has proven time and again it will not settle for a raw deal. And it once again proved that just this week. Teachers voted to strike to oppose brutal SNP cuts to their jobs in this city, and thankfully their action and the actions of our trade unions has caused a U-turn and saved the jobs. But it shouldn't have come to that. Far from education being their #1 priority, the culmination of 18 years of the SNP government has been savage cuts, falling standards, falling attainment, a narrowed curriculum, an intolerable situation for children with additional support needs, and farcical reform. Conference, we need a new direction in education, a revolution from the bottom up that empowers staff and broadens opportunity so that no young person is held back because of their background in a Scotland whose best days lie ahead of her. Conference, on my watch, the ladder of opportunity that education provides will lead to opportunities and dreams for all of our young people, with no glass, class, or stepped ceiling in their way. We'll get on and we'll get straight to work from day one. A Labour government will build a curriculum that excites young people and that equips them with the skills employers and society needs, with teachers, parents and pupils at the heart of a reformed curriculum agency. We'll set out in guidance that national qualifications can be taken over S3 and S4. We'll give clear expectations for the number of subject choices, reversing SNP narrowing of the curriculum and widen opportunity for Scotland's young people. Conference, unlike the SNP, who are rebranding rather than reforming the agency that followed John Swinney's orders to downgrade the most disadvantaged pupils in Scotland, we will actually abolish the SQA. Under Scottish Labour, exams will remain a key part of assessment, but we also agree with Hayward that we need to better recognise achievement and attainment. So we'll allow the development of a mix of assessment that best meets the needs of our young people. And on my watch, there will be no snobbery in qualifications or pathways. We'll value them all. We'll embed the SCQF framework to do it, and we'll give every young person a digital skills passport so that they can demonstrate to the world what they've achieved. And conference. On our watch, all young people will have access to quality skills and careers advice through the launch of our Skills to Schools programme, which will demonstrate the exciting range of possibilities for pupils from all backgrounds through access to industrial and public sector placements for all. In Manchester, work's begun to give young people a clear pathway from school to high-quality jobs in crucial sectors, transforming the lives of young people there. Well, Scottish Labour want that for our next generation here too. So we will work with education providers and industry to create and deliver Scottish industry standards that link young people's school studies to the jobs of the future. Our industry standards will give young people a clear line of sight between the subjects they pick in school and the job opportunities that could be open to them in the growing sectors of Scotland's economy. Scotland, Conference, Scotland, we will support all of Scotland's young people to do the right course in the right place at the right time. Because, Conference, that's how we deliver a new direction for the next generation. The SNP's failure at every corner to prioritise education has not just narrowed opportunity for young people, it's led to staff feeling tired, overworked and burnt out too. In an era of SNP cuts to local authorities and core education budgets, schools have been left to plug holes and fill gaps using pupil equity funding, detracting from its original purpose. We know the great work that's going on. We know much of PEF is also used for staff in schools, and that's why Scottish Labour will make PEF funding permanent to empower schools and properly plan and offer staff permanent and long-term contracts in our schools. And Conference, we won't stop there. Our comprehensive work plan will ensure we have the right staff in the right place. We'll recognise the role of teachers, reduce their workload, value support staff, and maximise the excellent work that the third sector do. We'll ensure places on undergraduate teacher training are aligned to workforce planning. Conference, we'll fix the problems with the teacher census so that we know what teachers we need where. And Conference, we'll create a national system for supply so that teachers can go where they're needed and when and get the jobs they want and need, unlike the SNP. But like our school education, the SNP have failed our post-school education too. Scotland's colleges are at the heart of the nation's ambitions, but they have been let down by this tired SNP government. So we'll work with colleges to support them to be the agile, adaptive, innovative and entrepreneurship organisations we know they want to be and can be and are in many ways. We'll support them to do this to deliver sustainable growth. And we'll include them in the remit of the Commissioner for Fair Access, and we'll ensure they are a key part of our economic strategy driven from our Economic Directorate. That's how we will value colleges in Scotland. And the SNP have managed the decline of Scotland's universities too. Scottish Labour supports free university tuition, but it is not properly funded under the SNP. So we'll work with universities to explore options for reform that will protect free tuition and ensure that Scotland continues to have a vibrant university sector for decades to come. And we'll invite universities alongside colleges to work with us and our Economic Directorate to grow our economy. Conference. The days of failing Scotland's young people are over. On my watch, and with your support, Scottish Labour will prioritise children and young people once again, because we believe, I believe, all of us believe in opportunity for all, and that education is the strongest tool we have to ensure everyone reaches their full potential. Because, Conference, education truly is the most powerful weapon that can be used to change the world. Thank you, Conference.
That's equally. Thank you, Pam. Delegates, I've been informed that the delegate from North East Fife isn't here, so that unfortunately means motion 2 falls. But if people want to speak on the subject in the debate, then of course they can, but the motion itself won't be taken. Can I ask delegates who are moving and seconding motion 1 and 3 and composite motion 1, if they can come to the rostrum, and other delegates moving and seconding in this session can make themselves known to the stewards. This will maximise the time available for speakers to make contributions. Can I ask the delegate moving motion 1 to come to the rostrum?
Thank you, Chair. Ewan McPhee, Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley CLP delegate. Now, I've been to conference more times than Neil Gray has been chauffeur-driven to the football, and that's saying something, but despite that, I am a first-time speaker. Thank you. And I'm moving motion 1 on fair and inclusive education. And it was at a recent CLP meeting that my fellow delegate, Jess, she spoke so passionately about the dismal state of education under the SNP. And as a retired teacher, it means a lot to her, I know that. And it means a lot to me. My grandpa was a primary school teacher in Kilmarnock. My mum was also a primary school teacher, and for a spell she was my teacher, which is not ideal. My sister-in-law teaches in Glasgow, and my partner's a teacher. She's certainly not got a problem giving me homework. But all that's to say that I've lived with teachers all my life, and I know that as a profession it is challenging and rewarding in equal measure. And I know it's a profession to be proud of, or so we hope. But Conference, after 17 years, the SNP government can definitely claim to have been a transformative government. They've transformed our education from a source of national pride to a source of national alarm. After years of false promises and empty rhetoric, the SNP has failed to deliver a fair and robust education system that meets the needs of all students. Conference, sadly in Scotland, not everyone gets the same start in life, but education is a crucial way to right that wrong, just not under the SNP. And it's the attainment gap that I want to touch on briefly. Disadvantaged students have been left without the support they need to succeed. In primary school, children from poorer backgrounds are still 20% behind their better off peers. The impact of that gap on a child's future cannot be overstated. The opportunity of a good job and a good wage is still not there for all at the end of their education. When it comes to school leavers, only 41% of pupils from the most deprived areas have one pass or more at the Scottish qualification level 6, and you compare that to 78% from the least deprived areas. And the Scottish Government will still celebrate the attainment gap narrowing at that level by just over 1.5% over the past few years, but the attainment gap's narrowed there because the performance from the most affluent backgrounds fell, not because the performance from deprived backgrounds got better. So education badly managed means that many students are still being set up to fail before they've even started, and that's because of their background. And furthermore, there's been a lack of investment in music education, which has meant more limited opportunities for students to develop their talents in music and in the arts, And we all know a good education system brings out the best in everyone across all talents. But despite their atrocious record on education, the SNP have taught us something. They've taught us that they cannot be trusted when it comes to managing our public services. That's why this motion calls out the SNP's failures. That's why this motion calls for quality education for everyone, regardless of their background. And that's why this motion pushes for more investment, which we know can happen thanks to record levels of funding from the UK Labour government. Conference, we owe it to the next generation to do much better. We owe it to families to ensure that no child is denied the opportunity to succeed. We owe it to teachers who deserve to be able to do their job with pride and with dignity. And we know that it's with a Scottish Labour government that we can build a Scotland where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. And it's our job over the next 15 months to get us into government in Scotland to deliver a new direction for that next generation. Conference, please support this motion. Thank you.
Can I invite the seconder for motion 1, please? Floor. Okay, thank you very much. Can I now call the mover of motion 3?
Thank you, Chair, Conference, and Dean, Glasgow, Cathcart, CLP, and Scottish Labour Women's Committee. Thanks. The final cash report was endorsed by the Conservative government, the Labour government, and the SNP government. Over 4 years, Dr. Hilary Cass gathered material from all points of view. This was examined by independent experts who sifted it all to exclude wishful thinking and ideology to find evidence that is produced by a neutral, systematic, scientific process. A quotation, but not from Cass. What is important above all is that trans and gender diverse children get the quality health care that they need and deserve. The Cass Review can play a vital role in achieving this aim if its recommendations are implemented properly. Not my words, but those of Stonewall, the LGBTQ lobby group endorsing Cass. Cass is not anti-trans. It is pro-children and young people and wants them to have timely access to evidence-based, holistic care that's tailored to their individual needs. Cass also recognises we don't have all the answers and must proceed with caution to avoid harm. The report doesn't say trans identities are invalid. Cass does note that gender dysphoria has emerged as an issue disproportionately affecting girls and young women. The current Scottish Government guidance supporting transgender pupils in schools are not compatible with recommendations in the Cass report. The current Scottish guidance does take a one-size-fits-all approach. Teachers are told to affirm any expression of trans identity and may not even have to discuss this with parents. Cass is clear that this is not a neutral act and not something to be done without very careful individual assessment by qualified professionals. The Scottish guidance is based on the ideology that if one identifies as trans, one cannot pose a threat of male violence. For example, the current guidance does not exclude trans-identifying men from participating in sleeping arrangements for girls in school residential trips. Child protection must never, ever defer to any group saying it is above scrutiny. We owe this to all children. I urge you to vote for this motion and request the Scottish Executive Committee to work together with MSPs to call for a Scottish Government to withdraw the current guidance, support gender dysphoric children and gender questioning children in accordance with the recommendations of the cash review, call for new guidance for schools to be congruent with cash review, mindful of safeguarding and the need for single-sex spaces as recently endorsed by the Scottish Labour Party leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate seconding motion 3 to come to the rostrum?
Thank you, Chair. Alison Ann Dowling, Renfrewshire North and West CLP. It's a pleasure to be here today. Conference, this motion asks that current school guidance materials that are non-CAS compliant are withdrawn from our schools. The current school guidance is, to use the leader of our party's phrase, a worrying example of organisational capture. For example, it promotes social transitioning for children without parental or clinical oversight and acts as a funnel towards a lifelong medical pathway. This is not CAS compliant. Conference, CAS is the most rigorous, comprehensive peer review of the global body of research. All serious political parties in the Scottish Parliament have accepted the CAS review recommendations. Your vote in favour of this motion is critical, and here's why. CAS has shown that many children have been profoundly harmed by gender ideology. It's been called the paediatric medical scandal of the century. Children who don't conform to gender stereotypes and, if left alone, often grow up to be gay or lesbian, have been sterilised by wrong sex hormones, healthy body parts amputated to conform to gender stereotypes. Conference, the CAS review is a reality check. Urgent action is needed. Questions must now be asked why anti-CAS gender ideology is uncritically promoted within schools. CAS is clear that treatment and education should be on the basis of proven evidence, expert guidance, not on ideological lobbying and institutional capture. What's needed is high-quality, inclusive, evidence-based education with access to social and mental health support for children. Schools should not be marketing anti-science beliefs as facts. Which brings me to what I want to say on behalf of the many trade unionists who've raised their concerns. Many women trade union members trying to raise their voices on these issues have been painted as unkind, right-wing funded bigots, leaving us vulnerable to attacks and job loss. The shameful cases where women have been persecuted out of their jobs but then vindicated by the courts should be a wake-up call for us all in the Labour movement. And if you still don't think there's a problem, I know a nurse in Fife you can ask. Her name is Sandy Peggy. Conference, public trust post-CAS is in tatters on this issue. Support is draining from the political mainstream. The time has come to stand together, to realign with mainstream views. Time to return to upholding CAS, the principles of safeguarding and single-sex spaces based on biology. Conference, please support the motion.
The delegate moving composite motion 1 to come to the rostrum. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Kenny Christie, Dundee City ECLP, moving composite motion 1. Conference, it's simply unacceptable that in 21st century Scotland, a quarter of our children are living in poverty. These are not just statistics, these are real families struggling to put food on the table. Real children arriving at school hungry, unable to concentrate, unable to learn, and being denied the best start in life. Now, worse than the bikes and the laptops, we were promised that every primary school child in Scotland would receive free school meals. Yet here we are, years on, with that promise still unfulfilled. this Scottish Government has failed to deliver. Families are being forced into debt, the poverty-related attainment gap is widening, and let's be clear, warm words do not fill empty stomachs. This isn't just a delay, it's a betrayal of Scotland's children. The promise of universal free school meals was made without the planning, without the resources, and without the commitment needed to turn it into a reality. And who suffers as a result? Not the decision makers in government, but working class families already struggling under the weight of a cost of living crisis. It's children in primary 6 and 7 who continue to miss out. Education should be the great equaliser. But how can we expect children to focus on learning when they are going hungry? Hunger affects concentration, attainment, and well-being. It damages children's health, their future prospects, and, yes, our economy. And the cruel irony is this. The very policy designed to tackle these inequalities is being delivered too slowly to make the impact it should. Now, Conference, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, a Dundee-based MSP, says we can't afford to do this right now. Well, I challenge that. I challenge it absolutely and completely, because the truth is we cannot afford not to. And Conference, let us be clear. Let us be clear. This isn't just about a free school lunch. From sad experience, I know firsthand from my time as an education support officer in the city of Dundee that for some of our children, this could be the first hot meal they had since lunchtime the previous day. So to Mr. Swinney and Miss Robeson, the next time you sit down in that chamber in Holyrood at 12 noon on a Thursday, just remember the kids in Scotland who are doing without that lunchtime. Look at the time and remember them. And the clock is ticking. And in 2026, the time will run out on this administration. And if they haven't delivered it, we will. The scar of child poverty is one we must face up to, and in Labour, Scottish Labour, we do. But Conference, let's think positively for a moment about the opportunity that we do have here. Change and improvement require courage and commitment, and we have a real chance to take positive action and change the narrative on child poverty and free school meals. Imagine a country where we reject a stigma-associated transactional system, where children are labelled as eligible for something for free because of their economic circumstances. Imagine we move from that transactional system to a transformational one, where access to good food, healthy food, alongside your friends becomes the norm in Scotland for all of Scotland's children. This Scottish Government continually makes comparisons with other European nations. So why can't we adopt similar schemes? I believe this motion in front of you this morning could have been discussed in a number of different sessions. When we come to discuss energy and the economy, we should remember this. The real and urgent fuel that will power our future Scotland is the food in the tummies of our kids today, developing healthy bodies and healthy minds. And when we talk about health, let's be clear. Investment now promoting healthy choices and taking real steps to eradicate, not reduce, eradicate child poverty in our country will have a direct impact on public health spending in the future. Preventative investment now means we won't be picking up a far bigger bill later. We need a universal stigma-free approach to school meals, one that ensures that no child, regardless of their background, has to worry about where their next meal is coming from. Scottish Labour believes in dignity. We believe in fairness, and we believe that every child in Scotland should have access to a nutritious meal, not as a privilege, but as a right. So today, we call on the Scottish Government to stop the excuses and start delivering. We demand a clear and ambiguous timeline for the rollout of free school meals to every primary school child. We demand action, not delay. We demand a government that takes its commitment to Scotland's children seriously. We will not stand by while families sink into debt, while futures of children are put at risk, and while the gap between rich and poor continues to grow. It is time to make free school meals a reality. It is time to ensure that no child goes hungry. Let's send a message. Let's fight for Scotland, where every child gets the start in life they deserve. It is time to make free school meals a reality for Scotland's children. It's time for this government to put our money where their mouths are. Conference, I ask you to support the motion.
Thank Thank you, Delegate. Can I ask the seconder of the motion?
Hello, conference. So there is an essentials hub in my daughter's school. It's right next to the main canteen. And it's got all the normal stuff. It's got cans of food, it's got toothbrushes, pads of paper, deodorant. Lucy says that the teachers help the kids who need to slip out quietly during classes so that the other pupils don't really know what's going on. Donations come in from fellow pupils, teachers and parents. It's a great school and it's doing its bit to help where help is really badly needed. But I just want to take a moment to let that sink in. A normal high school in a leafy commuter town in Scotland needs an on-site food bank in 2025. What has happened to us? I can tell you what's happened to us. 18 years of an SNP government has left 1 in 4 children in Scotland in poverty, with what should have been a world-class education system on its knees, and with councils with £6 billion worth of cuts, struggling to cope with the human needs that they're faced with every single day. An SNP government whose choices have replaced music classrooms and swimming lessons with food banks. If you believe that we need something more than relying on the kindness of others to make sure Scottish kids are clean and healthy and fed and ready to learn, if you believe that when governments promise free school meals, they should provide councils with the means to deliver them, and if, like me, you believe that councils should have the fair funding that they need to tackle poverty, educational inequality, and to ensure children get to school and stay in school, if you know that good, well-funded education services remove the causes of poverty and they shouldn't have to deal with managing the effects, your days at school should be the time where the world becomes alive for you. It's full of opportunity, where the only thing that limits your horizons are your imagination. School shouldn't have to teach you what it's like to be poor. I ask you, conference, after 18 long years of tired platitudes, of talking big and acting small, of letting Scotland's kids down, to help Scottish Labour take a new direction for education, and please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to delegates for moving and seconding these motions. Can I ask delegates who wish to speak in this debate session to raise their hands? I will take speakers in groups of 3. Please make your way to the side of the stage. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes, and as previously mentioned, this will be timed to allow as many delegates as possible the opportunity to speak. So I've got a speaker over on the far left here. Yep. Yourself, yep, and one at the back.
Hello, my name is Rowan Chisholm. I am living in Glasgow, Cathcart, but I'm originally born in Lockerbie. As a young person within the political party, it doesn't feel that long ago that I was studying for my Highers at Lockerbie Academy. When it comes to gender and sexuality, I don't often talk about it because it's not a big part of my personality. However, I think in this case it may be a good idea, and I'll try and do it without sounding like a raging narcissist. 2 seconds. As you may well have noticed, I'm not a man, not a woman, nor am I trans, so it's quite hard for me to be able to develop an argument without having real-life experience. However, in school, I would love to have had a more open conversation about gender and sexuality, because as we all know, kids are lacking in the empathy department sometimes. I was also caught in the line of fire by my older peers when ideology and best intentions backfires and causes unrepairable damage to a community that I was a member of. The road to hell is paved with the best of intentions, and in a lot of ways this feels like this, using our young people to push ideology with the best of intentions. Personally, the reason why I am not supporting the motion will be due to the optics of the Cass report. As we well know, it is a controversial report, and people are stuck in the middle of the debate, with two sides screaming at each other without compromise. With the looming election coming up, I do not think that it is healthy for our party to be having internally. I do agree that there is an argument to be made for the safeguarding of our young people, but this isn't it. This is using a mole to smash a fly. This is not good or bad. There is no good or bad in this argument, like climate change or sovereignty or starving children. I get the wonderful opportunity to spend the vast majority of my year in Norway. This is a country where they use citizens' assemblies to answer questions like this, where activists are left outside of the room and those stuck in the middle of debate can debate the issue. I am an activist. I understand the good work that they do, but sometimes we get so stuck in our own ideology that it can be hard to participate in level-headed debate. So, conference, I hope you support me in not supporting the motion for the Cass report, and in future we can move away from the kind of toxicity in what is quite an important but delicate situation. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Conference. Adam MacDonald, Cunningham South CLP, who has a terrible cold, Chair, so wasn't planning on speaking at Conference this weekend. Chair, this is the first time I've rose to oppose a motion at Scottish Labour Party Conference, and Chair, I want to thank you for starting Conference this morning with reaffirming our solidarity with our trans comrades across our movement. Chair, I could go on about this for a while because, as members know, when I was chair of UWS Labour Students, we stood up for our trans allies in Renfrewshire. But, Chair, I want to start by saying the motion that we've got in front of us, Motion 3, can't even bring itself to use the term transgender when referring to our allies. This isn't a motion that would be fit for Scottish Labour Party Conference, but you could easily copy and paste it, Chair, and put it into the Reform Conference. This is not about defending rights, Chair, because our trans comrades who are in this room had to put up with a conference last year where they were under the spotlight and getting targeted again, Chair. I urge Conference to reject today's motion, to stand with our trans allies and comrades. Not to say that we don't believe in women's rights, because we all in this room do believe in our sisters in this movement. And a member of the SEC sits in this hall, Chair, and laughs. You have a duty to stand up for trans members, and it's a shame on you for doing it today. Chair, I urge Conference and I urge our union members to stand with members of the Scottish Young Labour movement and reject today's motion. Thank you, Chair.
Conference, just can I ask the next speaker to wait? I was uncomfortable calling what I perceived to be three men. I didn't see a woman's hands up. I've been advised that Sheila had her hand up, so I'm going to call Sheila Gilmore and then we'll take you, comrade. Sorry, Speaker, I'm going to take Sheila first. I'm going to take Sheila first. I appreciate I did call you as the third speaker, but I genuinely didn't see a woman's hand up and I was uncomfortable with that. So can we say thank you, Sheila?
Thank you. I'm Sheila Gilmore. I'm here as an ex officio delegate, but I'm speaking primarily as a woman who's been a member of this Labour Party, who's worked hard for this Labour Party for more years than I care to remember. I was a founder member of Edinburgh Rape Crisis Centre in the 1970s, whose whole ethos was that we were setting up an organisation by women, for women, where women who had experienced rape and sexual assault could feel safe in single-sex spaces. I never thought that all these years on, we would still be arguing for a lot of these things. There's a big step forward, though. At least we are discussing this sort of motion now. I can remember sitting in my executive of my constituency, which is Edinburgh Southern, in 2019, when somebody suggested, well, maybe we could have a political education session on the issue of trans rights. At which point, somebody said, no, there's no debate. You can't have speakers on different aspects of this. There's no debate. You just have one side on this. So given that it was going to be so difficult even to agree to have a meeting and how it should be formed, we kind of didn't have the meeting. The discussion didn't take place, which is, I think, why we find ourselves here now. The Cass report has been accepted. It's been accepted not just by the Tory government, but by the incoming Labour government. Wes Streeting has made it clear that he supports the recommendations of Cass. It is not a controversial report, with all due respect to one of the previous speakers. It is a report which was very balanced, very sensible, and has been adopted, indeed also by the SNP Scottish Government. It is important we get this right for our children. When I asked some years ago, some people, I was genuinely asking a question, but how do we protect children? Why is it that suddenly we seem to have this number of very young people suggesting that they think they're in the wrong body, rather than just feeling their way through their sexuality and their growing up? I was told that was biased and bigoted and we shouldn't discuss it. We need to discuss it. We need to make sure our children are safe. And I hope, conference, that you do support this motion, that you do realise that it's not asking for a huge amount. It is not somehow anti-trans. And I'll also just finish with saying that the fact that some people with whom we totally disagree, and you know who I'm talking about, may support something, doesn't mean we should automatically reject it. One of the inspiring things to me, working with other women on this issue over the last few years, has been how far this crosses the whole political spectrum within the party. I have found myself shoulder to shoulder with women who probably, a lot of the time, we have disagreed with each other. Because left, right, women in the Labour Party have been standing up for what we believe in. Thank you, conference.
Comrade, at the foot of the stairs, I don't think I actually called you. It was the colleague on the stripe. You're welcome to put your hand up when we next come to call speakers, but I think the third speaker I called was the colleague in the stripe. Stripey top. Poor guy.
Conference, Solomon Cuthbertson, Youth Delegate for Edinburgh Central CLP and proud Chair, Scottish Young Labour. Conference, I rose today to speak in favour of Composite Motion 1 on free school meals, and this is a debate on the new direction for the next generation. So I'm disappointed that some of the language and rhetoric that we've heard in this hall today has echoed what we've heard at Tory conference in the 1980s around Section 28. With a party that proudly abolished that clause, and I'd appreciate not being heckled, thank you. I sat there and listened to what you had to say, so I'd appreciate that. It's a two-way thing. So before I get on to Composite Motion 1, we are the party that proudly abolished Section 28. It's something we're proud of, and we should not be returning to that kind of rhetoric now. To move to Composite Motion 1, conference, we know that the SNP have failed the next generation and the entire generation of young people that have been raised under their government. The attainment gap is wider, child poverty is up, and promise after promise has been abandoned. Conference, you can't learn if you're hungry, and the SNP's failure to deliver on their promise of free school meals for all children is shameful. It's not just leaving them, holding them back at schools, but it's holding them back for their careers and their productivity in the economy for the rest of their lives. Growing up for me, free school meals were a lifeline. My family that had to turn to food banks at time were reassured that I could go to school and not be hungry and learn and be productive at school. Whilst this helped my family in a moment of need, this was something that was denied to families across the country. And free school meals should be available for every child, supporting them through their school. Where the SNP have failed in Scotland, in Wales, Labour is already delivering. And from April, across England, the new UK Labour government will roll out free school meals for every child in the country. The SNP have continued to fail, and we know that we need a new direction for our next generation. With record-breaking funding at the Scottish budget, the Scottish Government has no excuse. It can no longer dodge responsibility for failing the next generation of young people. So let's hit the doors as we lead up to 2026 and deliver that transformational government that will deliver that new direction that the next generation of Scotland's young people needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, clearly I should have gone to Specsavers, so can I see those people, another 3 speakers that want to speak? Bites the cherry. And is there another woman? Lindsay Hamilton, please. And the colleague that tried to get up a couple of times, fair play. And is there another?
Sorry.
Brooke. I can't see. Come forward, speaker. And Georgia. Speak, comrade. Third time lucky.
Hello, I'm Logan from Aberdeen Donside, and I also want to say I'm a proud trans activist and supporter. And I want to say thanks for saying that we are dedicated to helping trans people in the party. I want to say that I am concerned about the... Oh, I can hear my own voice. I'm concerned about the trans youth in schools where they may be forced to go into bathrooms that may not match their gender, and it could lead to bullying from their schoolmates. It could lead to social harm and to mental harm, and it could ruin their school experience. I have known so many people who are trans, and they are happy to live in a country where we tend not to judge people on their gender. School is a very fundamental part of a person's life, where they get the fundamental skills that will dictate the whole of their life. And if they're bullied in school for being trans, and if they're forced to go into a bathroom and possibly be bullied in that bathroom, then it could ruin their whole entire life experience. And it could lead to trans people not going into schools, and it could lead to more harm to trans people. And that's where my worries lie with trans people. And I hope that people in this conference don't support motion 3. Thanks.
Thanks, Delegate.
Hi, Conference. Councillor Brooke Ritchie for the PSG ward in East Lothian. This is such an important debate. It's, I would argue, the most important debate that we have this weekend on education and on young people. It is so important that we get this right. Child poverty has not gone anywhere under the SNP other than up. It's stagnant. They're not tackling it. They're not tackling the roots of poverty. And it's so important that we're able to address some of the symptoms of poverty in schools whilst we do deeper work on dealing with the root causes. Part of this is making sure that we fund local governments to deliver on government promises. Things like free school meals, they need to be so much more than a promise. They need to be actually delivered. They need to be there so that young people can actually eat. They can't eat a promise. I also want to give a quick mention to motion 3, I think that it contains disinformation about the guidance that exists in schools, and it's unhelpful. We have to stop using trans young people as a scapegoat. The threat to young women's and girls' safety is men, not trans people. I think we need to be more compassionate. There needs to be more understanding. It's so important that both this party and our schools are a safe place for young trans people. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgia.
Chair, Conference, Georgia Cruikshank, ex officio. And if you just bear with me, because I have some notes on my phone. Right, sorry. Okay, I'm not here to be controversial. I'm a person that believes in reality. And the reality is, I wholeheartedly support the cast motion because I believe in science and I believe in biology. And I would challenge anybody to say that I'm bigoted or otherwise because I have a very diverse, gender diverse family and I support them all. I think it's essential that the guidance for schools be updated, which it follows the CAST review's recommendation. And it's essential that our children are allowed to be children and that a wait-and-see approach is taken. And if need be, then they get the correct guidance, treatment, as opposed to affirmation. I'm a councillor in Dundee, and I was appalled that LGBTQ plus Scotland, Youth Scotland, were in our primary schools when their remit is 13 plus. So why are they in the primary schools? I questioned this. And then I learned that they were going to install LGBT champions. I thought it was beyond belief. To me, it was beyond belief because, as I said previously, let children be children. I challenged the leadership and I sought reassurance that this would not happen, and I'm happy to say that it didn't happen. So I urge you, for the sake of our children, the safeguarding of our children, that this motion is supported. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think I've got time for 2 more speakers. Women in the orange over there, thanks very much. And women here, thanks very much.
Thank you, Conference. Councillor Kate Blake, Aberdeen South and North Kincardine. And this is actually my first time speaking at Conference. I wanted to speak about free school meals. In my ward in Aberdeen, there are a number of primary schools that have had to introduce breakfast trolleys. And they've done that because kids are coming into school hungry. Schools have now also had to introduce things like cupboards, as a previous speaker mentioned, where the kids can collect things, where parents can collect things without any stigma. Because it's really important. Children cannot learn if they are hungry. They need full stomachs to be able to learn properly. It has been an absolute disgrace how the SNP have failed to roll out free school meals to primary 6 and primary 7. I sit on the Education Committee in Aberdeen, and this comes around every year. We have a free school meal update, and the offer that's been made to local government around this has been incredibly late. It took years for any sort of movement, and there has been an offer of funding around the physical infrastructure in schools, but the amount offered has been absolutely derisory, and it means that schools and education authorities don't want to take it forward. So it's been a disgrace, and they have promised these things to parents and to young people and absolutely failed to take it forward. I also wanted to mention about the fact they have failed on secondary schools as well, and in particular the pilot that was offered around free school meals in secondary schools. Now, this is an issue that the Scottish Youth Parliament have looked into. They came forward with proposals around it. And we have a real issue in our schools that so many children who qualify for free school meals at secondary school fail to take it up. They don't want to eat free school meals despite the fact they qualify for it because of the stigma around it, because they're concerned about the quality of food and they want to be with their friends. So this is something that needs to be taken forward as well. In Aberdeen, we have schools where it's less than a third of people who qualify in secondary school for free school meals are actually taking it forward. So I ask you to support this motion around free school meals. Thank you very much.
Conference, I would like to speak to my first ever conference to oppose motion 3. I want to stand on this stage as the chair of Scottish Labour. I want to stand on this chair as this stage as the chair of Scottish Labour students and ask you on behalf of my organisation to oppose this motion alongside me. As a young woman speaking to an issue which is often framed as a women's rights issue, I think this motion is deeply problematic. This isn't about women's rights. This is about human rights, trans rights. The rights of our trans brothers and sisters will not erode our rights as women, because trans women are women. This is a debate on a new direction for the next generation, and this will do no good for the next generation. We need to safeguard children, and calling for a withdrawal of compassion, a withdrawal of gender-affirming healthcare is not safeguarding. The Scottish Labour Party must stand on the right side of history of this issue, or we will look back on this period of time in 20 years with shame. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who spoke in the debate. Can I now ask Martin Whitfield, MSP, Shadow Minister for Children and Young People, to close this debate? Thank you, Martin.
Martin Whitfield, MSP, South of Scotland. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, speakers. And most of all, thank you, Conference. Today, we face a fork in the road. For too long, our children, young people and their families have been failed by an SNP government more focused on political survival than delivering change. Our children, our young people are being left behind by a government that is frankly asleep at the wheel. But Scotland can choose a different road, a different direction for the next generation, a road of opportunity. Scottish Labour offers a vision for the next generation, a vision to inspire young people, a system that celebrates learning, curiosity, ambition, a vision of an education that is more than what happens within the walls of a classroom. It is about opportunity for every child in every community, regardless of their background. Franklin Roosevelt said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." And our duty is to allow our youth to develop for whatever the future is, that they can be resilient, passionate, skilled, ready to take on the world ahead of them. Conference, if we are serious about changing lives, then this must start at the very beginning. The foundation of opportunity, the bedrock of a fairer, more prosperous Scotland, it begins with the early years. As UNICEF have said, science shows us life is a story for which the beginning sets the tone. And that makes the early years of childhood a time of great opportunity, but also great risk. And we only get one chance to get this right for children. And we cannot afford to let them down. The SNP are letting our children down. No parent, especially no mother, should be forced to choose between their job and their child's future because of a system that fails to meet their needs. Scottish Labour believes that childcare should be affordable, it should be accessible, and it should be flexible. But more than that, Scottish Labour will fix this broken system. We will work with our local authorities, providers, and parents to create an early years system that works for everyone. We will put the focus once again on early intervention, utilising the expertise of our hard-working staff, equipping and empowering them to support our children's developmental needs, ensuring they have the time, they have the space, and they have the resources to do this. That is what real ambition looks like. That is a new direction for Scotland's next generation. Conference. For our next generation, life is not just about school. Indeed, for some of us, school is one of the challenges they face. Our support for this generation and the next must extend outside the classroom. And yet, after 18 years of neglect, youth services have been cut to the bone. Under the SNP, we have seen youth centres closed, drop-in centres closed, after-school clubs closed. Let's be clear, these SNP cuts didn't happen by accident. They were choices. Choices that deprioritised youth services, ignored the needs of our young people, and left the communities to pick up the pieces. This is political failure of ambition. And Conference, we must do better. A key part of that better is youth work. Youth work is not just an add-on to our education system. It's not an optional extra to our communities. It is fundamental to ensuring that every young person in Scotland has an opportunity to thrive. It builds confidence. It provides guidance. It creates the pathways to education, to employment, to personal development. And for so many young people, it's the difference between isolation and belonging. It is between struggle and opportunity. It is between hope and despair. Scottish Labour believes in a new direction, a bolder, fairer, more ambitious path, a path where youth work is not an afterthought, but a priority, where no young person is left behind because of where they live or how much money their family have. And that is why we will act where this SNP government has failed. It is why Scottish Labour will put youth work at the heart of a vision for Scotland's future. I am at the moment consulting on my Youth Work Scotland bill, a bold vision for a fairer, more inclusive Scotland, ensuring youth work is accessible, equitable, sustainable, a transformative proposal designed to inspire hope, create opportunity, build stronger, more resilient communities, a commitment to the next generation, a commitment to make sure that every young person in Scotland regardless of their background, regardless of where they live, has the same opportunity to thrive and succeed. I will be on the road, taking our blueprint out to communities across Scotland, listening to their voices, learning from their experiences, and together we can craft a youth work bill that truly reflects the needs and the aspirations of our next generation. We are putting ambition on the table, and the question is, will others match that? Or will they just say they're listening to young people? Will they empower the next generation? Will they stand with the next generation? Will they secure a brighter future for Scotland? Because Scottish Labour will. Together, we can make this vision a reality. With the next generation, we can build a future where young people are empowered to lead, to innovate, to become the architects of their own future. So let us do this for our young people. Let us do this for our communities. Let us do this for a stronger, fairer Scotland. And let us do it with a Scottish Labour government. Conference, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Conference, before we finish this debate, delegates will be invited to vote on the motions debated this morning. Votes will be taken by a show of hands. So can I ask all those in favour of motion 1 on fair trade and inclusive education to raise their hand, and the SEC position on this motion is to support. So can I see all those in favour, please? Thank you. And can I see that all those against? That motion is carried. Thank you. And on motion 2, sorry, that fell. Motion 3 on the CAS review, the SEC position is to support. Can I see all those in favour? And can I see all those against? That's lost. Thanks. And composite motion 1 on free school meals, the SEC position is to support. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. And can I see those against? Again, carried. Thanks very much. Conference, can I invite you now to please join me in welcoming our new Secretary of State for Scotland, Ian Murray, to the stage.
Thank you, Lisa.
Big roll. Sorry.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and thank you to Simon for all you do, chairing the conference, but also for our party. Ian Murray, Edinburgh Southern CLP, previous occupation, one-man band, current occupation, Secretary of State for Scotland in our UK Labour government. Conference, let me just say that again, because we waited a long time to say it. Our UK Labour government. Conference, think of how long we've waited to say those words. 14 long years of Tory rule, 14 years of Tory sleaze, cuts and chaos. Last July, Labour activists and candidates from every corner of Great Britain kicked them out of office. And it was Scotland who led the charge with the largest swing to Labour anywhere in the UK. And Conference, that charge was led by you, our incredible party members. So I want to start my speech today with a very simple message. Thank you. Thank you for every leaflet delivered, every call made, every street stall staffed, every door knocked, every conversation had. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve. As co-chair of the campaign with Jackie Bailey, I know how hard you all work every single day. Let's be honest. It's been a tough old decade for the Scottish Labour Party, but you stuck it out. You kept fighting to save our party and win back the trust of our country. So Labour's victory in July is dedicated to you. And there were a couple of others who didn't do too bad a job either. The inspirational and driving leadership of two of my friends, Anas Sarwar and Keir Starmer. When they stepped up to lead our party, Scottish Labour had been led to third place and 14% in the polls. Just over 3 years later, we won an incredible 37 constituencies across Scotland. We asked Scots to stop sending a message to Westminster and send a government instead, and they did. And when I walked into government, through the doors of number 10 and then into the Scotland office on the 5th of July, I knew I was standing on the shoulders of our great Labour movement. A movement that was able to take this working class boy, growing up in the Wester Hailes Council estate in the 1980s, and give him a seat at the cabinet table. That is Labour. And when I first sat down, a few seats across from the Prime Minister, in a room which has shaped so much history, I thought of my own parents. I was just 9 years old when my dad passed away. I watched as my mum struggled to raise two boys on her own, working several jobs as the worst of Thatcher's social policies hit Scotland hard. She was in Woolworths as a cleaner, the Busy Bee Bar as a cook, a Bookies as a cashier. She knew that hard work was the only way to survive. Her government back then said there was no such thing as society. We and many others were written off. Well, Conference, sat in the cabinet room, thinking of my parents, I made a promise to myself, and I'll make it again to you today. I will never forget who we are here to serve, a government or service in the service of working people. Because Conference, government is about service, and our 37 Scottish Labour MPs will never forget that either. Whether they are sat on the government benches or working in their constituencies. In the Scotland office, I have the absolutely brilliant Scotland Office Minister, the new MP for Midlothian, Kirsty McNeill. My PPS, Mel Ward, represents Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy. Of course. Hope there's a bigger shout as well for Martin McCluskey, the Scotland Whip, as in Inverclyde and Renfrewshire West. And the important thing, Conference, that every one of those seats was held by an SNP MP this time when I stood on this stage last year. Elsewhere in government, of course, Douglas Alexander, the MP for East Lothian, our Trade and Cabinet Office Minister. Michael Shanks, our by-election superstar from Rutherglen, is helping Scotland win the global race for clean power as Energy Minister. And on the backbenches and on select committees in local workplaces and in their communities, each and every Scottish Labour MP is working day in, day out to bring change to Scotland. And we need to be confident in shouting about that change. We must not allow our positive messages of hope to be drowned out as our opponents intend. Those achievements, the hallmarks of a Labour government, are things for which we have spent years, sometimes decades, campaigning in opposition. They are the difference we make when Labour gets serious, grows up and wins elections. Thank you to my 36 colleagues for all they do in Parliament every single day. Conference, it's been busy since July. We've established GB Energy, owned by the public and headquartered in Aberdeen, with £8.3 billion to invest across this Parliament. That's despite the Tories and the SNP trying to vote it down. We've reformed universal credit to leave the average household claiming it £420 better off. We've protected the triple lock, giving pensioners an extra £470 in April. The national minimum wage, one of the proudest achievements of the last Labour government, boosted by this one, giving hundreds of thousands of the poorest paid Scots a big pay rise. A new deal for working people. We delivered justice for retired mine workers, with 7,000 of them set to be around £1,500 a year better off, thanks to changes our Labour government has made and because of the decades-long campaign from our proud mining communities. Thank you to them. And despite the fiscal inheritance, we delivered the biggest budget settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. What does that mean, Conference? Well, that means more money for the NHS and public services in Scotland than ever before. Before the election, we made a solemn promise to end austerity. It was a promise made in our manifesto and a promise delivered. £4.9 billion extra for the Scottish Government. Austerity ended. Full stop. In Conference, that was made possible not by slogans or grievance, but by our Scottish Labour MPs and our UK Labour government budget. A budget rooted in Labour values. It gave most to the poorest and asked those with the broadest shoulders to pay a little more. The first UK government budget since Alistair Darling to have a straight line of redistribution along the income scales. And how did the SNP respond to this austerity-ending budget with the biggest ever settlement for the Scottish Government? They voted against it, twice. Because while John Swinney is quite happy to spend the extra money, he does not share our values when it comes to raising the revenue to pay for it. This is the First Minister who lobbied for tax breaks for private schools, wants to shield millionaire landowners from inheritance tax, and just this week refused to back Labour's plans to tax private jets. But of course, he was quite happy to raise taxes on nurses and teachers. John Swinney, tough on nurses, soft on millionaires. Now, Conference, the First Minister christened himself full-on John. I think he might be full of something else. Now, Conference, I know it hasn't been entirely easy. Every Labour government in history has inherited a bleak economic legacy and has had to sort that out. But none have faced the same degree of economic and industrial carnage left behind by the Tories. They left it behind in full knowledge they were not going to be around to pick up the pieces. The public are impatient for change, and they have every single right to be. We share that impatience, and I'm eager to get on and deliver our plan for change. But that plan would have failed if we didn't fix the foundations of our economy first. I know that, not just because of my time in politics, but because of what I did before. Before being elected to office, I set up and ran my own businesses. I know what it's like to employ great people, make tough choices, and I know the importance of making them early. Back in 2005, I was in the hospitality sector, and I set out to reopen a derelict hotel in West Linton. It was my second venture into business, after running my own events and broadcasting company. So I knew a bit about investing for the long term. I first went to see this hotel on a cold January morning after it had been closed for over a year. It was damp. Everything smelled of stale cooking oil, and it's something, as someone who used to work in a chippy, that smell still haunts me today. Someone who still goes to chippies, no doubt, as you can see from the unflattering big screen. It was tired, bedraggled and falling apart. I could insert a colleague's name in there, but I won't. Now imagine I just turned the heating on and opened the doors, papered over every crack or bit of damp. Would it have been successful? Maybe there would have been an initial boost from curious customers or a honeymoon period, but it would have faded and failed fast. So what did we do? We fixed the foundations by investing. We created en-suite rooms, refurbished the public areas, modernised the kitchen, hired a new team and a new up-and-coming, exciting young new chef. We sorted the fundamentals at the start and went full steam ahead with our exciting plan. Now, Conference, the hotel thrived and is still open today. And I don't begin to say that the damage to that hotel is nothing compared to the damage that the Tories have inflicted on our country with their economic experiments or the distracted incompetence of the SNP. Yet still they have nothing serious to offer. They think you can sweep everything under the carpet and carry on regardless. They think you can fix the NHS by simply talking about it. They think they can invest in the economy by wishing for it. Well, Conference, we know better. Scotland's businesses know better. Scotland's trade unions know better. But we also know that fixing the foundations is not enough. We also need to deliver our positive vision for the future. Now, Conference, as some of you may know, my wife Mariam and I recently had a second baby girl, Louise. She's 25 days old today. Can you tell? I hope I don't fall asleep during this speech before you do. And as Lois was born at home, 2 hours before the midwives arrived, I very literally answered the Prime Minister's call for his cabinet to always be delivering in labour. Now, many of you have asked me and been kind of how I'm dealing with the tears, the tantrums and the snotters. But I tell them I've been on paternity leave, so I've not been keeping up with the SNP selection dramas. But seriously, Conference, and you'll know this, a new arrival makes me look at my daughters and think about the world I want our kids to grow up in. We want a world of security and opportunity for them, not one of instability and chaos. The careers that they will do will probably not even have been invented yet, which is why it is so important that we take decisions for the long term and have a positive, ambitious vision for how we can use the levers of government to put Labour values into practice. So I want to tell you a bit about my vision as Scottish Secretary. I inherited a Scotland office solely focused on the Constitution. But since July, I've completely refocused the department around 4 key priorities: economic growth, green energy, brand Scotland, and tackling poverty. Scotland can be the engine room of UK growth to create new jobs, raise wages, and bring in the revenue to spend on our public services. As Scottish Secretary, I've made resetting the relationship with the Scottish Government a priority. But I've also rolled up my sleeves and got stuck into the knotty problems which are holding back Scottish growth. Whether opportunities are being wrapped up in red tape or slowed down by a total aversion to risk from politicians, this old approach simply will not do. We cannot wait around and hope that growth comes by accident. So from huge offshore floating wind farms waiting to be built, to the future of Scottish shipbuilding and manufacturing, and a world-class AI and tech sector, I'm getting stuck in. I have no problem knocking heads together in Whitehall or elsewhere and championing Scottish growth at every single opportunity. But, Conference, we know that growth has to mean something for every local community in all parts of our wonderful country. And that is why this UK government is delivering £1.4 billion for local growth projects right across Scotland. That funding was promised to our communities by the Tories, but they had no intention of ever actually delivering it. Scottish Labour MPs went in and found the money. From Drumchapel regeneration project here in the city of Glasgow to long-term plans for towns in Irvine, Greenock, Kilmarnock, Coatbridge, Clydebank, Elgin, Dumfries, Arbroath, Peterhead and Kirkwall, this government is delivering for the communities where the Tories only left empty promises. In Conference, we've delivered new local growth deals with £25 million for Argyll and Bute, and of course that critical £100 million for Falkirk and Grangemouth. We're also putting £26 million into the 4th Green Freeport, with Grangemouth at its heart, to attract investment in well-paid quality jobs to the area. A Labour government investing for growth in every single part of Scotland. And Conference, we know that key to unlocking growth in Scotland is the green energy revolution, as we seek to lead and win the race for clean power across the globe. But we need to get the transition right, because while we inherited a fiscal crisis, we also inherited an industrial crisis. A decade without any proper industrial strategy has hurt Scotland's workers hard. Once upon a time, remember him? Alex Salmond promised Scotland would be the Saudi Arabia of renewables. But workers watched as tens of thousands of jobs and opportunities flowed overseas. 8 years ago, the SNP promised a publicly owned renewable energy company for Scotland, but it's been ditched. Scotland has a proud industrial past, and it will have a proud industrial future if we get the transition right, with jobs, wealth and opportunities for workers for decades to come everywhere. And we've already started to make that a reality. The Scotland Office got stuck in across government to ensure the positive future for the Harland and Wolff yards at Methil and Arnish. And Conference, this is critical. Let me assure you, that is an outcome that simply would not have happened without Scottish Labour MPs like Richard Baker and Torquil Crichton and a UK Labour government. Now, Conference, Scotland, we all know, is of course the best nation on earth, even at sport. On ingenuity and innovation, we are second to none. We punch well above our weight in a variety of fields, from salmon to Scotch, from shipbuilding to financial services, from higher education to tech. The world actually looks to us. But for too long, Scotland's had two governments more interested in selling their version of Scotland to Scots than selling the brilliance of Scotland to the rest of the world. And that is why the Scotland Office will invest in Brand Scotland. We will no longer look inward. We will proudly face outwards and promote our country on the global stage, selling our goods and services to the world while unlocking jobs and investment here in Scotland. I've already led trade missions to Norway, Singapore and Malaysia, and I'll be taking the best of Scottish culture and business on delegations to the US, Japan and China in the coming months. Why? All to create jobs and bring investment here to Scotland. The UK government has a world-class global network of embassies, high commissions and business groups. And as part of the United Kingdom, Scotland has access to that incredible platform for which we can promote everything our wonderful country has to offer, drive economic growth and that inward investment. Because, Conference, whether it's funding for local projects, investing in green energy or promoting Brand Scotland, it's all about generating economic growth. But not growth for growth's sake. Gordon Brown once spoke of prudence for a purpose. Well, this government seeks growth with a purpose, to raise living standards, create jobs, and ultimately tackle the unacceptable levels of generational poverty that scar our communities. Because every child in Scotland deserves the security and opportunity to get on in life, no matter the postcode into which they were born. Economic growth, green energy, Brand Scotland, tackling poverty, Labour priorities, and a Labour Scotland office. And what a contrast 7 months of a Labour government is to almost 18 years of the SNP. This Labour government is banning exploitative zero-hours contracts. John Swinney thinks a zero-hours job is a positive destination for a school leaver. This Labour government will deliver opportunities for working-class kids. John Swinney, remember, marked them down. This Labour government is delivering GB Energy, owned by you and headquartered in Scotland. The SNP promised a public energy company and just delivered £500,000 to consultants. This Labour government has delivered more money for the NHS than ever before. But under the SNP, almost 1 in 6 of us are on NHS waiting lists. 28,000 Scots have gone private because they can't take the pain anymore. Can you imagine being so desperate for treatment, to have been waiting for so long, that you will take out a loan or remortgage your house to go private? The choice being pay or pain. That's the two-tier NHS under John Swinney's SNP. This is just one of so many reasons why Scotland desperately needs that new direction. It needs new energy and vision to lead the government and the country into the 2030s. It needs a leader with the courage to tear up a broken model and reform our public services. Conference, Scotland needs an Anas Sarwar as First Minister, because the truth is, John Swinney's government simply belongs to a different era. A failing First Minister, at the heart of a failing government since 2007. Now, when the SNP came to office, the iPhone hadn't been launched in the UK. Tony Blair was Prime Minister. Beyoncé and Shakira were top of the pops with Beautiful Liar. I resist the temptation for any SNP jokes. But seriously, Conference, Scotland simply cannot afford to enter a third decade of the SNP. Last July, we ended 14 years of Tory sleaze, cuts and chaos. We got rid of one of Scotland's 2 rotten governments. Next May, we can do it again and set Scotland on a new direction with a Nassauer in Butte House and Keir Starmer in Downing Street. No hidden agendas, no stupid games in which one government tries to outmanoeuvre the other. Labour governments working together in a new partnership, delivering for Scotland. That is the route to radical change. That is the route to economic growth and better living standards. It's within our grasp to make it happen, Conference. I said it last year too, and we did it. Let's seize this opportunity. Let's end the years of SNP broken promises. Let's turn our backs on the politics of division and look forward to a Scotland full of opportunity and free of poverty. Building an economy where no mother has to work several jobs to make ends meet. We can achieve it together. So, Conference, as I said last year, let's get out there and let's elect the wonderful Anas Sarwar as Scotland's next First Minister. Thank you very much indeed. Well done. I didn't fall asleep. Well done. Brilliant. Brilliant. I'm still awake. I'm going to give Kirsty a kiss. I'm going to go, oh God. Sam's not going to kiss. Oh, lovely to see you. Nice to see you too. Thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Conference, if you're stepping out, can I ask you to do so quickly and quietly, but there is important business still to be dealt with. And a huge thank you to Ian for that excellent speech. Conference, I'm now delighted to welcome our leader, Anas Sarwar, and General Secretary Kate Watson to the stage to present the Keir Hardie Awards. And can I invite those who have been nominated for an award to join us on stage as I call out each award. Okay, so the first award is for the outstanding campaign, the General Election Central Ayrshire team, if they can come up and join us. The team down in Central Ayrshire hit the ground running in their momentous campaign to get Alan Gemmell elected as a new Labour MP last year. Talking to thousands of voters across Central Ayrshire, they defied expectations and delivered a fabulous result during the general election. In the final fortnight of the campaign, the team had a relentless focus on ensuring Alan spoke to as many undecided voters as possible, and on the phone and at the door, and this paid off with an excellent result. So well done, team. Our next recipients of the Social Media Campaigner Award are Glasgow Cathcart CLP. The Cathcart CLP continuously deliver with their social media campaign, and particularly during the general election, delivered a successful digital plan combining both informative campaigning and interactive and creative ways to engage with constituents in Glasgow South. So congratulations to Glasgow Cathcart CLP. Our next award is for community engagement, and it goes to Blair McDougall and the East Renfrewshire campaign team. Blair and his campaign team ran an exemplary campaign during the general election, engaging with wide elements of the community, taking Labour from third place in 2019 to delivering one of the largest swings of the election. This community engagement has continued since Blair's election, with his work alongside Paul O'Kane MSP to save the local bank branches in Barrhead, which has now had over 1,000 signatures, alongside continued engagement with local community groups who are routinely invited to Eastwood CLP's meetings. So well done to Blair and Eastwood Renfrewshire campaign team. The next award is for Membership, Engagement and Development, and it goes to Norman McCaskill. Norman has been instrumental in revitalising the Inverness and Nairn CLP membership. He has instilled a sense of campaigning which led to a fabulous by-election victory last year. Norman also consistently engaged with members across the Highlands through his compilation of the Inverness and Nairn Labour newsletter, The Red Rag. Well done, Norman, and your team. And I'm very delighted to announce the next recipient. The Workplace Engagement and Working with Trade Unions Award goes to Katrina Murray. Katrina started last year as a Unison shop steward and representative on their NEC. She ended the year as the new Labour MP for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch. She worked hard to fight for the rights of disabled workers at the top of her union and has continued to fight for these rights as an MP in Parliament, where she has strengthened the links between our elected members and the wider Labour movement to her work as Vice Chair of the Unison All-Party Parliamentary Group. Our next award goes for CLP of the Year goes to Stirling CLP. Well done, Stirling. The Stirling CLP have constantly and consistently been out on the campaign trail this past year, following on from their sensational victory in the general election. This CLP has not stopped effectively campaigning, with a flurry of by-elections over the past few months, where they have continued to fight for Labour's victory in the region. So well done, Stirling CLP. I'm also delighted to announce that we are also awarding 3 Lifetime Achievement Awards for long-standing service to the party. So can I please invite Mary Leggett to the stage to receive her award. Well done, Mary. Unfortunately, Lawrence Fitzpatrick is not here today, but Tony Boyle is here to receive it on his band's behalf. So please welcome Tony to the stage to accept this on behalf of Lawrence Fitzpatrick. And lastly, can I invite George McQueen to the stage to receive his award? Well done, George. Conference, before we adjourn, I would like to remind you that there are a number of fringe events taking place within the venue. Please see your conference guide for full details. I hope all members will support these fringes, which help to make conference possible. Stewards are on hand should you need directions. Can I also ask that you take all your belongings with you and return to your seats sharply after lunch? Conference will resume promptly at 2 p.m. for the leader's speech. We ask delegates and members to begin queuing outside the main conference room hall by the cloakroom from 1:30 p.m. If delegates have not taken their seats by 1:45, I cannot guarantee that seats will be available for them for the leader's speech. Due to the sheer number of attendees at this fantastic conference, not everyone will be able to get in a seat in the hall. However, don't worry, we'll have overflow rooms available where Anna's speech will be live streamed. And again, there will be stewards to answer any questions. So conference is now adjourned for lunch. Thanks very much.
storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
There are many elements to Scotland's criminal justice system, but central to any high-performing one is a highly responsive, well-trusted, visible police service. Scotland's police force is respected across the world, but there can be no doubt that in the last 18 years, the SNP's lack of leadership and investment has reduced public confidence and eroded the police's ability to respond to every crime. Our communities must know the police will turn up when crime is reported and know that it will be investigated to the highest standard. And last year's
Conference, can I welcome you back to this afternoon's session? I hope you had a good lunch and attended many of the excellent fringes. Please join me in welcoming Jean Johansson, Scottish broadcast journalist and television presenter.
Hello, Conference. It is my honour to introduce my friend of many years, the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar. Four years ago, Anas Sarwar took on the challenge of rebuilding the Scottish Labour Party. While others wanted to consign the party to the history books, he knew that we could win again. So he changed things, modernised and put the party back at the service of the people of Scotland. Under Anas Sarwar's leadership, Scotland took a stand against the Tories. I think we should clap that. It was Scotland and Labour that led the way in putting an end to their rule. And for the first time in 14 years, we saw a Labour Prime Minister return to Downing Street. He put Scotland at the heart of a Labour government. And in a historic shift, the party went from just one Scottish Labour MP to 37. But the job is only half done. With Anas Sarwar as First Minister, Scotland will chart a new course, a course that rises above the division and puts ambition for every Scot back at the heart of politics. Anas Sarwar understands Scotland because he lives it, he breathes it and fights for it every day. As a former NHS dentist, Anas Sarwar knows the power of our National Health Service. He's seen its life-changing impact and he knows how to make it work for everyone again. Together, we can fix the mess. Together, we can create a future that works for everyone. Together, we can deliver a new direction for Scotland. With this man. Conference, please welcome the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar.
I'm waking up every night thinking of all of the places I want to go.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And what a year it has been. A year that will go down in history for our country, our party, and our movement. When we last met here in Glasgow for Scottish Labour Conference, we had 2 MPs. We had an electoral mountain to climb, and together we didn't just redraw the political map of the UK, we defied all the pollsters, pundits, and delivered a political earthquake that put Labour in power for the first time in almost 15 years. We did it! And just remember how you felt when that exit poll dropped. Remember that feeling of joy, of hope, and optimism, that we had won the trust of the people of Scotland once again, that once more Labour had the chance to serve. Conference Scotland didn't just play its part, Scotland led the way in getting rid of that rotten Tory government. Our share of the vote went up 16%, so not 1, not 2, but 37 Scottish Labour MPs from the Western Isles to West Lothian, from Stirling to Fife. A UK Labour government led by my friend Keir Starmer has begun the work to change the UK for the better. And just think what they've achieved already. A pay rise for 200,000 of the lowest paid Scots, only possible because we have a Labour government. The New Deal for working people, the biggest upgrade of workers' rights for a generation, only possible because we have a Labour government. GB Energy, our publicly owned energy company headquartered here in Scotland, only possible because we have a Labour government. The largest budget settlement in the history of devolution and the end of Tory austerity, only possible because we have a Labour government. So, Conference, we can never underestimate the importance of booting out the rotten Tory government. They decimated our public services and shamefully pitted community against community to cling to power. But it's thanks to the people of Scotland that we were able to end a decade and a half of Tory division and decline. An end to the economic chaos of Truss, an end to the austerity of Cameron, and it was thanks to the people of Scotland we were able to end the incompetence of Sunak and the sheer gutter politics of Boris Johnson. That's what our opponents want you to forget, but we should never tire of reminding them. And thanks to the people of Scotland, today we have a UK Labour government with Scotland at its heart, with Scottish voices in the UK Cabinet, Scottish voices on our airwaves, and Scottish voices on the government benches. Change delivered for all our communities, for Scotland and the United Kingdom. Conference, that is what you delivered. That's the change you made. That's the change our country needed. So thank you. But we know there is so much more to do. The importance of that general election victory in July cannot be overstated, but neither can the need for a new direction in Scotland be underestimated. So let me make it clear from the outset, Scottish Labour is on the pitch, and I am determined that we will defy the odds again and that we will win in May 2026. Because the truth is that while we got rid of a Tory government that was doing so much damage, the reality is that Scotland is still being held back by a tired SNP government that's lost its way. Whether it's in our NHS, our economy, or our schools, the SNP is taking Scotland in the wrong direction. We will set out what a new direction in May 2026 will mean for you, your family, your community, and our country. And let me tell you why that matters. Because Scotland isn't just our home, it's a country of immense potential. The story of my family is Scotland's story. From my grandfather arriving in Lossiemouth with nothing but a shirt on his back in the 1940s, to me becoming the leader of this great party, my family's story is symbolic of the opportunity that Scotland has offered to those who are ready to work for it. I want to create a Scotland where opportunity is available to all, and every Scot has a chance to use their talents to write their own story. Conference, I am ready to give back to the country that has given me so much. That's why today I am submitting my application to be the next First Minister of Scotland. As First Minister, I will unlock the potential of all the people of Scotland. The government I lead will save our public services, tackle poverty at its root, and chart a new direction for our country. That's the offer that I'll be putting to the people of Scotland, and that's the new direction we will deliver together. Now, in this campaign, I'm not going to pretend that every decision over the last 18 years has been the wrong one. But we need to build on our successes, not live off them, or allow them to stop the essential progress our country needs to make. Because devolution and the benefits it brings to us Scots does not belong to the SNP. That's why Scottish Labour will keep the successes of devolution of previous Scottish governments. But whilst maintaining these achievements, it's important that we recognise that we need to build on them and not use them as a cover for a failing government. That's why a Scottish Labour government, led by me, will keep bus passes, but will make sure you actually have a bus to get on. That's why a Scottish Labour government led by me will keep free prescriptions, but will make sure you don't need to remortgage your house to get an operation. That's why a Scottish Labour government led by me will keep the Scottish Child Payment, but will end the scandal of 10,000 homeless children in our country right now. And that's why a Scottish Labour government led by me will maintain free tuition, but make sure every young Scot has the chance to thrive. Scotland faces many challenges that we have to seriously confront. But the fact is that the SNP cannot meet the challenges of today, never mind tomorrow, because they're not what they were. They're tired, divided, and out of ideas. And after nearly 2 decades in power, they've had their chance. If they were going to fix the problems, they would have done it by now. But the fact is, every institution is weaker after 18 years of the SNP in government, and they have squandered the opportunity Scotland gave them. They've left our NHS on life support, with nearly 1 in 6 Scots on a waiting list. They failed to support our businesses and deliver the growth and jobs we need. They failed our teachers and pupils with falling standards and rising violence in our once world-leading schools. And they've left our prison system at breaking point. Thousands stuck in poverty or living on the streets. But you know, John Swinney now claims he's steadied his ship. But that's exactly the problem. Steadying the ship, moving numbers on a spreadsheet, managing decline, it's not enough. More of the same won't do. He'll never chart the new course our country so desperately needs, because after 18 years, the SNP and its Back to the Future leader aren't going to change now. Give them a third decade, and you know what you'll get. First, they'll say everything is fine. Then when that doesn't work, they'll say they'd love to help but just don't have the powers. But when that is exposed, when we demonstrate what they could do, they will always hunt for someone else to blame. It's always somebody else's fault. Meanwhile, you pay the price. So my message to John Swinney and the SNP is simple. You might not see Scotland's talent. I do. You may not see Scotland's potential. I do. You may not have the will to use Scotland's power and resources. I do. You can't fix the problem, so move aside, because as First Minister, I will. As First Minister, the buck would stop with me and my ministers. No more passing the blame, no more shirking responsibility. A Scottish Government in the service of the people of Scotland, putting Scotland on the path to better days, restoring our public services, and making our country the success we all know it can be. So my message to Scots is this. If you, like me, can see the SNP is taking Scotland in the wrong direction, if you want to end almost 2 decades of SNP rule, if you want to chart a new direction for our country, then the only party that can replace them is my Scottish Labour Party. And nowhere is the need for a new direction and fresh thinking clearer than in our National Health Service. There's not a person in this room, and there's not a life across the country that's not been touched by our NHS. Labour's greatest ever achievement, the NHS has been a life-saving pillar of our society for almost 80 years. The NHS is what brought us into the world. It has cared for us at our times of need, and it has looked after millions of Scots in their final hours. Fixing our NHS is personal to me. It's in my DNA. Before politics, I worked in our NHS as a dentist in a part of Paisley with some of the worst health inequalities in Europe. I saw firsthand the human cost of poverty and how it affects the health of Scots. But I also saw firsthand the life-changing power of our National Health Service. At conference, can we really claim that the founding principles are being met for every Scot? Today in Scotland, 1 in 6 people are stuck on an NHS waiting list in pain and anxiety. Patients are treated in corridors by staff who themselves have been failed and are hitting breaking point. The NHS crisis is costing lives. And the sad reality is that an NHS free and available at the point of need has been shattered by the SNP. You know, I'll never forget the young mum I met in Rutherglen, who'd been waiting for years for her child's mental health diagnosis. In the end, she had to pay thousands of pounds and travel to London just so her child could get the treatment he needed. There'll be hundreds, if not thousands like her. Or the man I met who needed a hip replacement and had been told by his bosses that he had 6 months to get back to work, and in desperation had to remortgage his house to get the surgery he needed. There'll be thousands like him. Or just last week, the story of Irene and Margaret, both diagnosed with ovarian cancer, forced to pay for chemotherapy and surgery, costing tens of thousands of pounds. In desperation, they felt compelled to write an open letter to John Swinney asking, do our lives not matter? Think of the thousands who won't raise their voice, who can't raise their voice, or who can't raise the money. What happens to them? What happens to them? That's why today I am saying clearly, as First Minister, I will declare a national waiting times emergency and do whatever it takes to fix our NHS. A Scottish Labour government will make clearing the backlog and cutting waiting times our day one priority. And let me tell you how we will deliver that new direction for Scotland's NHS. We will maximise existing capacity, create additional capacity, and use digital solutions for faster diagnosis and faster treatment. Currently, the NHS, despite more resources and more staff, is delivering fewer operations and fewer treatments than before. Vital capacity is actually going unused. Scotland's health boards are scheduling 50,000 fewer operations every single year. That can't continue. So we will end the postcode lottery of treatment across our country. Right now, we have 50 health boards for a population of 5.5 million people, and they're not incentivized to clear their backlogs. As an example, waiting lists are growing, but the number of referrals to hospitals like the Golden Jubilee and Clydebank are actually falling. And because of our bureaucratic and archaic structures, in many cases, patients are forced to wait longer in their own health board area, even when there is capacity in other parts of the country. So take an example. A patient could be made to wait a year in Glasgow when they could be seen within weeks in Tayside. Or a patient could be stuck on a waiting list in Aberdeen while they could have their life-saving operation quicker in Edinburgh or Forth Valley. That's why we will ensure patients are seen based on need and not an outdated postcode lottery or their ability to pay. Instead of a system that puts health boards and their managers first, we will put patients first. Health boards will only be paid when they deliver the care people need. Under our plans, the money will follow the patient. And conference, to deal with this national emergency, we will use capacity wherever it is, even if it means travelling to other parts of the country or using private sector capacity to save lives. Because be in no doubt, as First Minister, I will do whatever it takes to fix our NHS. So while the immediate effort will be to tackle the national emergency, we will also plan for the future of our health service. Because the reason why we're stuck in a crisis is because successive SNP governments have entirely failed to ensure our NHS is fit for the future. That's why I will take on the top-heavy management that is holding the NHS back and deliver the biggest and most meaningful NHS reform in decades. We will end the growing culture of bureaucracy. We will cut the number of health boards to 3, pushing power away from the boardrooms and to patients and staff on the front line. Put bluntly, fewer managers, more nurses, fewer chief executives, and more doctors, because as First Minister, I will make sure your money is spent on the nurses and the doctors, not the bureaucrats and not the pen pushers. And we will finally make our NHS fit for the future by embracing digital innovation and technology. Conference, under the SNP, there are still parts of our NHS using fax machines. Now, I know I'm showing my age, but there are some young people here in the audience that won't even know what a fax machine is. So from e-prescriptions to digital records to an NHS app for appointments, to digital solutions for faster diagnosis and precision medicine, we will modernise our NHS so that it works for everyone. To be blunt, I will be a digital-first First Minister. No more analogue, John. And we can't ignore that so many of the challenges facing our NHS are due to a failure to get to grips with the primary care and social care crisis. All of you will know the ATM rush to book GP appointments. Many of you will be familiar with the text message, "Don't bother calling, there is no appointments available." Or after hours on the phone, being told to call back tomorrow or go to A&E. That's why, as First Minister, I will end the ATM rush and I will rewrite the GP contract so that you can be seen within 48 hours of your first call. That's the new direction for primary care I will deliver. And we will tackle the crisis in social care at its roots with proper workforce planning, proper local government funding, and as First Minister, I will deliver a proper national care service. One that delivers for carers, care workers and care users, not another SNP disaster. Conference, it will be hard work, but all worthwhile things are. It's not just our NHS that needs a new direction after nearly 2 decades of the SNP. We all understand that to deliver world-class public services, we need a growing and thriving economy. But we also need to make sure we're spending every pound of your money well. Because this SNP government is addicted to wasting your money. And just 2 examples make this so clear. Take the ferry scandal. Now, it may be funny seeing a First Minister launching a ship with painted-on windows, but actually for island communities, the ferry scandal has been catastrophic. Families separated, businesses forced to close, health and social care services pushed to breaking point. If this was a train line between Glasgow and Edinburgh, rather than the ferry between Arran and Ardrossan, it would have been fixed long before now. But instead, the SNP has left communities behind and saddled the Scottish taxpayer with a soaring bill for ferries running years and years late and £300 million over budget. The fact is, the impact of the SNP's wasteful incompetence is felt across every part of Scotland. And take the example of the new Barlinnie prison, a project first estimated to cost £100 million, now on track to cost £1 billion. To put that into context, the SNP is spending the same amount of new money on a new Barlinnie prison as the cost of building the 5-star luxury Atlantis Hotel in Dubai, which has over 1,500 bedrooms, spas, a wellness centre, 17 restaurants and cafes, an aquarium, a swimming pools, and a water park with no less than 105 slides. And they think that's value for money for a prison for murderers and rapists in Scotland. So we will end SNP waste once and for all. As First Minister, I will respect every penny of your money. And that's why we will have our own Department of Government Efficiency to stop the waste, deliver value for money for you, the taxpayer. And that value for money will extend to every part of government. Because right now, Scots are paying more and more to serve the ever-expanding machinery of government. And the public are getting less and less from their services in return. You know, Scotland is now home to no fewer than 131 quangos. There are now more quangos than MSPs. £6.6 billion is being spent on these bodies every year. And the waste is so bad that even the Auditor General and the Information Commissioner have started playing quango bingo with each other, asking, have you heard of this one? Have you heard of that one? And at the same time, services get worse and ministers blame everyone else but themselves. So I can tell you now that as First Minister, I will end this culture of waste. I'll respect people's hard-earned money and get value for every penny, because conference, that's the new direction we will deliver together. All of my government's policies and decisions will be made on firm and sound economic foundations to deliver the thriving, growing economy we need. The big changes we need for jobs and growth require bold thinking. But again, this government is taking Scotland in the wrong direction. One of the key parts of our growth plan for Scotland is maximising the opportunities of the clean energy revolution. And despite being uniquely placed to benefit from a transition to green energy, Scotland is missing out. Green jobs have fallen. Supply chains are underdeveloped. and instead foreign companies are left to profit from our energy while Scottish communities and workers are left behind. Oil and gas will play a key part in our energy mix for decades to come, but we do have to accelerate our investments. But the SNP want to pretend it's an either-or, renewables or a sustainable baseline. But to protect our energy security, we must do both. The UK Labour government is attracting billions of pounds in investment for new nuclear power. But Scotland is left behind because of the SNP's tired 1970s opposition to clean, low-carbon nuclear energy. You know, right now, 20% of the electricity used in Scotland actually comes from nuclear energy sources. But thanks to the SNP, Scotland is missing out on billions of investment, and the jobs are going to other parts of the United Kingdom. What kind of nationalists are they? A Scottish Labour government will deliver a new direction for Scotland's energy. That's why, as First Minister, I will end this ideological block on new nuclear projects in Scotland. I will unlock billions of pounds of new investment and bring thousands of jobs here to Scotland, delivering energy security for Scotland and leading the way in the clean energy revolution. Conference, reforming our public services and delivering a better Scotland for everyone means delivering economic growth. But it's not just about legislating and regulating like the current SNP government. It's about how you work in partnership to make decisions and use the convening power of government to get things done. You see, this current Scottish government likes to pretend that all our problems are caused by Westminster, but also somehow we should wait for Westminster to fix all our problems. Other parts of the United Kingdom aren't doing that. We have more powers, more resources, and more levers, yet our communities are missing out on investment and opportunities. We will use the powers we have to maximum effect to benefit all our communities. And take one example. Our business rate system is wholly the responsibility of the Scottish Government. But as I speak, Scottish businesses are missing out due to a rate system that is rigged against small and medium-sized businesses while protecting the online giants that are eating our high streets and our town centres. Retail and hospitality businesses in the rest of the UK benefit from 40% rates relief, but in Scotland they miss out. And we all know that small businesses are the beating heart of our economy, but they're being failed. That's why we need a new direction. As First Minister, I will immediately deliver rates relief while fundamentally overhauling our business rate system so that it actually works for our businesses. And I will act to reinvigorate our high streets and town centres by making the online giants pay their fair share. And to do that, a Scottish Labour government will introduce an Amazon tax, delivering equality between our high streets and the online giants. But to get our economy firing on all cylinders, we must unlock the potential of every part of Scotland. But again, the Scottish Government has taken us in the wrong direction, centralising power and draining resources from local communities. That's why we will empower all of our communities. To help do that, I'm delighted that renowned economist, Professor Sir Anton Muscatelli, has agreed to become an independent economic advisor looking at how we deliver regional economic development and how we unlock Scotland's economic potential. And alongside our other economic advisors, he will help us deliver on our ambitions and growth and securing Scotland's economic future. His global experience will help us lay the foundation so that every part of Scotland can be stronger and can flourish. Because local democracy must be more than just balancing a council budget. It has to be about standing up for your area, bolstering civic pride, and giving every region and its people a voice on the national stage. Take my home city of Glasgow as an example. I know I'm biased, but for me, it is the greatest city on earth and the centre of the universe. I'm noticing a Glasgow-Edinburgh divide on the audience here. But let's be honest, it's being ignored by a centralising SNP government that has no interest in Glasgow or in towns and cities across Scotland. Too many communities now with shuttered shops, overflowing bins, and potholes not fixed. Meanwhile, I look at Manchester and Liverpool and see local champions in Andy Burnham and Steve Rotherham fighting their community's corner, all while the SNP leaves Scottish communities voiceless. This is a hammer blow to Glasgow's economy and to communities across the country. You know, conference, you can now get a direct train from Glasgow Central to Manchester Airport, but you still can't get one to Glasgow Airport. Just think about that. A direct train from Glasgow Central to Manchester Airport, but you can't get one to Glasgow Airport. And that is the perfect example of a government that lacks joined-up thinking and that is holding Scotland, Glasgow, and all our communities back. That's why we need a rewiring of local democracy to push power out from the Scottish Government. And that's why, as First Minister, I will pass a Local Democracy Act that will guarantee fair funding for our councils, deliver the power to have directly elected mayors for communities across Scotland, and begin the next stage of Scotland's devolution story. Empowering local communities to collaborate, designing services like integrated transport networks which will work for everyone. And I will end the Holyrood knows best culture that is holding Scotland back. That's the new direction we'll deliver together. And conference, in every community, people can see we're going in the wrong direction. So if we are to unlock the potential of our cities, towns, and communities, then we need to get people and goods moving across our country. The simple fact is that our transport connectivity is not where it needs to be, and hard-working Scottish taxpayers are being asked to pay more for declining services. And despite finally being shamed into bringing ScotRail back into public ownership, the SNP's actually given the green light for fare hikes for travellers across the country. This policy is taking money out of workers' pockets, harming our economy, and damaging the businesses across our country that rely on footfall. A Scottish Labour government will put our trains back on track and deliver value for money, and as First Minister, I will scrap peak rail fares to make travel cheaper for everyone in Scotland forever. This policy is good for our economy, good for businesses, and good for the environment, delivering value for money for taxpayers and letting every Scot make the most of this beautiful country. Conference, that's the new direction we'll deliver together. And conference, I want a Scotland where opportunity is for all. Because opportunity is what allows our people, our communities, and our country to thrive. And that's why unlocking the full potential of every Scot will be at the heart of a Scottish Labour government. The sad truth, again, is that the SNP is taking us in the wrong direction. Right now, more and more young Scots are struggling to thrive, feeling frozen out of the job market and out the housing market too. That's why a Scottish Labour government will be with young Scots every step of the way, from school through education and into the world of work. First and foremost, this is realising that university is not the path or the only path to success for everyone. Yes, we have some of the best universities in the world, but well over half of our young people don't go straight to university. So whatever path they choose, university, college, apprenticeship, or work, they all deserve the same support, guidance, and championing as their peers. And as First Minister, I will deliver for every young Scot. We have skills gaps across key parts of our economy. Sectors with the potential for expansion and well-paid skilled jobs if only they could get the talent. So I will make sure our young people can take advantage of the opportunities in our economy. That's why we will work with businesses and education providers to agree new Scottish industry standards, linking young people's school studies to the jobs of the future. They will give clarity to employers about how the achievements of young people relate to their workplaces, and they will give young people a clear line of sight between the subjects they choose and the exciting potential jobs opportunities open to them in the future. And as First Minister, I will do all I can to make sure every young Scot can reach their full potential. That's the new direction we will deliver. And central to unlocking the potential of our young people is restoring our schools to the standards we were once so proud of. That's why we will take the action needed to make our schools thrive again, and above all, be safe spaces for our young people to learn and for our teachers to teach. I've listened to teachers, pupils, and their parents, and the feedback is clear. Schools and classrooms should be spaces for learning, growing, and flourishing. But the situation today is this. Teachers are working in fear and anxiety as physical attacks on staff have skyrocketed. Staff are noticing the attention span of our pupils is shortening. Bullying is once more on the rise, with cyberbullying falling children inside and outside the school day. There are hundreds of sickening examples of vicious attacks filmed on mobile phones and spread on social media channels. Meaning there's not just the trauma of the violence itself, but the violation of dignity that comes from cyberbullying. There can never be a repeat of the sickening attack that took place in Wade Academy in Fife, when a young girl was viciously attacked by a fellow pupil in a classroom while the entire ordeal was filmed on a mobile phone. More and more pupils are feeling unsafe in our classrooms. The mental health for our young people is being undermined with catastrophic results. This has to end. That's why, as First Minister, I will ban mobile phones in classrooms and make schools safe, calm places for learning once again. Conference, too many young people never get the chance to succeed in the classroom because they can't thrive at home. And too many don't even have a place to call home. They are just some of the victims of Scotland's housing emergency. Another clear example of the wrong direction the SNP have taken Scotland in. Right now, there are 10,000 children currently homeless on this government's watch. We have record levels of children in temporary accommodation without a home to call their own. That's the reality under this SNP government. The number of social homes being built by housing associations in Scotland is now at the lowest levels since Margaret Thatcher. Ending the housing crisis will be a key priority for a Scottish Labour government. It will require bold action and strong government intervention at every level. And that means unleashing the largest house building programme in decades, building more homes across all tenures. It means unlocking public pension funds to build more social homes. It means using the Scottish National Investment Bank to build more affordable homes. And it means reforming our planning system to attract investment and to get spades in the ground and cranes in the sky. Because as First Minister, I will make the dream of home ownership a reality again, cut the red tape, end the bureaucracy, take on short-sighted opposition, and deliver the homes Scots need. And Conference, let's not pretend that homelessness does not cost lives. Just last year, some 242 Scots lost their lives while homeless and sleeping rough. That is a damning indictment on government failure. So as First Minister, I will end rough sleeping in Scotland once and for all. Conference, every action that I have set out today is guided by our fundamental aim, to end poverty. Because we know that fighting structural poverty requires action on all fronts. As we speak, we have over 1 million Scots living in poverty. 30,000 more children are living in poverty now than when the SNP came to power in 2007. Legally binding targets set by SNP ministers look set to be missed. And at the same time, the deaths of desperation from drugs, alcohol, and suicide are amongst the highest in Europe. We must tackle poverty, but it's got to start with an understanding of what causes poverty and what prevents people from rising out of it. Poverty is caused by and maintained by issues across society, from workforce practices to housing. So the SNP want to pretend that one single benefit or one single payment is the answer. But we know in the Labour Party that welfare is only one part of the approach we must take to end poverty. Because we know that you can't tackle poverty if there's not good, secure work available. If children don't get the opportunities they deserve. You can't tackle poverty if people don't get the health care they need or if people don't have safe homes. And you can't tackle poverty if our communities are not safe places to live in. But on every measure, the SNP is taking Scotland in the wrong direction. That's why we will fix our NHS so that it's there for all who need it. That's why we will deliver the skills and training our young people need. That's why we'll abolish peak rail fares to make travel more affordable. That's why we'll make our classrooms safe places to flourish. To end poverty requires the whole government to put its shoulder to the wheel, and as First Minister, I will lead a national effort to use all the powers at Scotland's disposal to end poverty. That is the new direction we will deliver. Now, Conference, I've set out many of the challenges facing Scotland and what we'll do to address them. Because while I believe that our country has been taken in the wrong direction, and while I advocate for a new direction, I don't want there to be any doubt. Yes, we have to confront the big challenges facing our country, but I genuinely believe our best days lie ahead of us. I have never been more confident about the future of our great country than I am now. Because what motivates me, what drives me, and what gives me energy every day is my love of Scotland, my pride in our nation, and my admiration for my fellow Scots. Because we have so much to be proud of. Our nation's culture, our nation's heritage, but also our nation's ingenuity. Because whilst the challenges we face and we have to confront are difficult, this nation has never failed to confront them before. From the Enlightenment to light entertainment, we have shaped the world. And let's be honest, for too long it's felt like our party has been uncomfortable championing Scotland. But Conference, the truth is that national pride does not belong to the nationalists. Our love of Scotland is not the politics of difference and division, it's the politics of pride and belonging. Because despite all the nationalism of our opponents, they too often are the ones that do our country down. They're the ones that talk about what Scotland can't do, not what Scotland can do. They're the ones that focus on selling Scotland to the Scots as if we don't know how great our country already is. But I want to go back to a country that does what it does best, selling our great ideas, our values, our produce to the rest of the UK and to the rest of the world, because the Scottish Labour government I lead will be unashamedly proud of our nation and will champion the best of Scotland on the world stage. I will use the immense soft power of Scotland across the globe to drive jobs and investment to Scotland. Because everyone in this room knows that no matter where you go in the world, tell them you're from Scotland and you get a warm response. And we've got to tap into that huge cultural and economic influence of the Scottish diaspora. That's why, as First Minister, I would put selling brand Scotland at the heart of our economic plan, meaning more exports out of Scotland, more investment into Scotland, and creating more jobs and opportunities for the people of Scotland. But I'm not waiting until the election to unlock the potential the brand Scotland holds. That's why I've already been in Germany to make the case for investment in the renewable opportunities of Scotland. In the coming months, I'll be in the Republic of Ireland to learn the lessons of their thriving cultural and heritage sectors and how they use it to leverage in investment to Ireland. I'll be in Europe to champion Scottish trade in European markets, and I'll be in New York and Washington to build on our strong cultural and economic ties. Because with me as First Minister, Scotland will be on the world stage, confidently playing its part once more. That's the new direction we will deliver. In 15 months' time, Scotland will face a choice. More of the same and managed decline with John Swinney and the SNP, or a new direction with me and the Scottish Labour Party. I'm standing to be Scotland's First Minister, and I've set out some of the bold actions I will take. No more tinkering around the edges, no more passing the buck, no more sticking plasters. Big, bold, meaningful change. So the choice in May 2026 is this: record-long waiting lists with them, or a First Minister that will do whatever it takes to fix our NHS. It's falling school standards and squandered opportunities with them, or a First Minister that will make sure that every young person achieves their full potential. It's wasted money and incompetence with them, or a First Minister that will respect every pound of your money. It's record levels of homelessness with them, or a First Minister that will end rough sleeping and get Scotland building. It's a hostile environment for business with them, or a First Minister that will back Scotland's entrepreneurs, innovators and businesses. It's a poverty of ambition with them, or a First Minister that will fight structural poverty on all fronts. And it's inward-looking, divisive politics with them, or a First Minister that will bring our country together and champion Scotland on the world stage once again. Conference, new hope, new thinking, new leadership, a new direction for Scotland. That's what I offer. That's what Scottish Labour will deliver. Let's go out and win that future together. Thank you.
I'm waking up every night thinking of all of the places I want to go.
Thank you, Anas, for that excellent speech. We'll now have a 10-minute break to set the stage. Sorry. Thank you, Anas, for that excellent speech. We'll now have a 10-minute break to set the stage. To order. If you could take your seats, please. Just before you all sit down, though, if you've lost a phone, if you make your way to my right, your left, go to backstage. There's a phone being handed in to backstage. Right, conference, I'm bringing you to order. Conference, our afternoon debate is on a new direction for our public services. This debate session will follow the same process as this morning's. As a reminder, copies of all motions to be debated at conference have been emailed in advance to all delegates via the delegates' report. They can also be found in your CAC report. During this afternoon's debates, conference will consider the following motions. Motion 4 on gender pensions gaps, submitted by East Kilbride CLP. Motion 5 on winter fuel allowance, submitted by Scottish Labour Women's Conference, originally submitted by Dumbarton CLP and Unite. Motion 6 on access to swimming, submitted by Dundee West CLP. Motion 7 on making spiking a criminal offence, submitted by Scottish Labour students. Motion 8 on local government funding, submitted by Scottish Labour Women's Conference, originally submitted by Scottish Association of Labour Councillors. Composite Motion 2 on fair funding of public services, submitted by Unison and Scottish Association of Labour Councillors. I will call each motion one after the other during the debate and invite speakers once all motions have been moved and seconded. Speakers are welcome to speak on any of the motions moved in this debate session. As in this morning's session, each delegate moving a motion has 5 minutes to speak. A seconder has 3 minutes, although I will accept a formal second from the floor. All delegates speaking in the debate have 3 minutes, and I would ask people to stick to time so we can get as many speakers in as possible. This will be timed, and I will be strict to allow as many delegates as possible. So, conference, can I now welcome Paul O'Kane, Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, Social Security and Equalities, to open the debate. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, what an honour it is to follow my friend and our leader, Anas Sarwar, the man who will lead Scotland in a new direction. Conference, I don't think there's anyone in this room who doubts that Scotland's public services desperately need that new direction. Whether people are providing public services or using them, they can see that after almost 18 years of SNP mismanagement, those public services are worse off in every way, because the SNP have lost their way. We need a new direction to fix our public services, but that cannot be delivered by a government and a First Minister who began setting Scottish budgets not long after I left school. And I know that's hard to believe, Conference. But the worst thing that could happen to our public services is to give the SNP a third decade in power next May, because they have shown that they are unwilling to grasp the difficult decisions that we need to make to lift people out of poverty. They would much rather have underfunded and short-term pilot projects or put sticking plasters on the consequences of poverty from their offices in Edinburgh. But we know that that is not enough. Too many parents are still in insecure work and can't access the labour market. Often they can't access adequate childcare and don't have family to fall back on. Too many families can't get the roof over their head that they need and are stuck in a housing emergency. And many are struggling to get their child to go to school because of the learning disruption caused by the pandemic and the violence and insufficient support in our schools. And listening to many of them, they say that they need a trusted place and a trusted person who can listen to them and connect them to the right places to access support. Conference, we will invest in those places and those people and rebuild the communities that support families and children. So our vision is that everyone will have access to a family network hub, connected community-based hubs from which families can access the support services that they need. And as a down payment towards that, I can announce today that we will make sure that every primary school has access to a family network coordinator who will make services more accessible and join the gaps between families and the support that they need. A trusted individual in one of our most trusted institutions, our schools, so that when families need help, they get it. When people have problem debt, they can be linked into the correct money, advice and rights workers. When a child is struggling with isolation and poor school attendance, their parents can be supported to get them back to school, and access to health and well-being support, family learning, or the local parent and toddler group. And we know that much more will need to be done. We will need to rebuild our NHS, our schools, our social workers and our local authorities within these hubs so they can work together to truly transform communities and deliver whole family support. So I look forward to hearing my friends across the Shadow Cabinet outlining that new direction for our public services this weekend, as Anas has done in his speech earlier. And conference, whilst the SNP have broken Scotland's public services, it is our incredible third sector who have picked up the pieces. Last year, I was pleased to announce our intention to deliver a new deal for the third sector, to deliver desperately needed support for our civil society organisations. I had the privilege to engage further with the sector since last conference, including hosting a civil summit in partnership with our friends in the Cooperative Party. And in that time, all we've heard from the SNP is more of the same. Warm words, pilot programmes, and even condescending orders from John Swinney that the sector should simply be less worried. That's nowhere near enough. In Wales, the third sector has enjoyed a productive relationship with the Welsh Government, guaranteed in law, that establishes codes of practice and duties on ministers. I am grateful that we're working with Welsh Labour Cabinet Secretary Jane Hutt to learn from their successes and how we will make improvements in Scotland. And today I can commit that a Scottish Labour Government will put our new deal for the third sector into law. We will consult more widely with the sector over the next year to develop the proposed detail of legislation and learn from best practice already in place around the UK to deliver and unleash the full potential of Scotland's essential sector. The conference, even with the heroic efforts of the third sector in the face of the challenges we face, people have still suffered terrible consequences of SNP management and decline. And some communities have suffered more than most, and few more so than people with disabilities. The story of 18 years of SNP government is littered with broken promise after broken promise to Scotland's disabled community. The National Care Service, the Disability Equality Plan, the Learning Disability, Autism and Neurodiversity Bill, annual health checks for people with learning disabilities, all delayed, ditched or deprioritised. And even something that should be basic, a £10 million fund to support the development of Changing Places toilets has still not been delivered 4 years into this Parliament. Changing Places toilets are vital for many disabled people, and the lack of access to them denies their fundamental human right to access toilet facilities. I desperately hope, for the sake of so many people, that this Scottish Government lives up to its commitment by the end of this Parliament. But after so many disappointments, I'm not holding my breath. So today I confirm that a Scottish Labour Government would renew that fund with a further £10 million and deliver it in the first Scottish Labour budget. And that will just be the beginning of what I know will be a wider offer to Scotland's disabled community, ensuring that they are listened to, supported and critically delivered for under a Scottish Labour Government. Conference, I truly believe, like Anas, that our best days lie ahead of us. We can rebuild our public services, our communities and our country. We can tackle the scourge of inequality and poverty. We can offer renewed leadership, vision and energy to replace this tired SNP government. Conference, it is our job to take that message out to the doorsteps, to the people of Scotland over the next year. And through that, we can deliver a new direction for Scotland and our public services. Thank you.
Can I ask delegates who are moving and seconding motion 5 to be prepared to come forward? The delegate moving motion 4 can come to the rostrum, and other delegates moving and seconding in this session can make themselves known to the stewards. This will maximise the time available for the Speaker to make contributions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Cathy Cameron, East Kilbride's constituency Labour Party, moving motion 4 on the pension gender gap. Well, someone had to be the first delegate to speak after Anna's fantastic speech. Just my luck as a first-time speaker. Conference. The impact of the gender pay gap doesn't end when women retire. Many female pensioners have been failed by employers, the gig economy, and the casual nature of a growing range of jobs carried out by women. Pensioner poverty is a result of a failure by some employers to promote women into senior roles and a lack of reporting requirements to focus attention on reducing the gender pay gap. Women are also disadvantaged by having to take breaks in employment for maternity leave and for caring responsibilities, as well as lack of childcare. With part-time working, many women simply cannot afford to make contributions to occupational pension schemes. This is a massive equality issue because those struggling on low incomes will become those struggling on low pensions. And this is even worse for those with health issues and disabilities. The average pension income for retired women is approximately £7,000 less than for retired men. And the gender pension gap in the UK is currently 35% lower for women. The last UK government, not the Labour government, and the current Scottish government have done little or nothing to address women's economic inequality or the impact that this has on their pay or their future pension provision. This must change. We must have new legislation and requirements to reduce the gender pension gap. Conference, please support this motion.
The delegate seconding motion 4 to come to the rostrum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Kirsty Williams, Unison Delegate, first-time speaker at Scottish Conference. And on behalf of Unison, seconding this motion. Conference, that in 2025 we in the UK still have a gender pay gap of over 13% is shameful, but it is thanks to the trade union movement that the existence of this gap is well known. However, it wasn't until last year at a Unison event that I learned of that other gender gap, the gender pension gap in our occupational and private pensions. For those already in retirement, it is a whopping 55%. And for those still in employment, it is 35%. In an economy where our retirement income is increasingly made up of occupational and private pensions, this is a scandal. But sadly, not surprising. In our society, it is still women that perform the vast majority of unpaid care, whether that be reducing or leaving paid employment altogether in our 20s and 30s to care for children, or again in our 50s and 60s to care for grandchildren and older relatives. The outrageous cost of childcare, with a full-time nursery placement being the equivalent of the median wage, disincentivises women remaining in paid employment. But there are many factors contributing to this gap. As a newly single parent after divorce, for the want of the £900 fee charged by my local government pension scheme, I was unable to implement the pension sharing order in my favour within the 6 months timescale demanded by the scheme. This has cost me around £3,000 per annum in my future retirement. Pension auto-enrolment for 2012 has had a positive impact, but again the cards are stacked against women. 17% of women, our lowest paid women, simply do not earn enough to reach the threshold of the £10,000 for auto-enrolment. This compares with 8% of men. So why does this matter? Well, as the Labour Party, it is our mission to eradicate inequalities. And for a woman with a disability, or a woman of colour, or a woman on low pay, the gender pension gap widens exponentially. But this is also an issue for our economy and our public spending, as the state is called upon to top up with pension credit, low retirement incomes, to reduce pensioner poverty. What can we do? The motion foremost calls upon the publicising of this inequality here in Scotland, something our politicians should be shouting from the rooftops about. Our public sector schemes could do so much better at demystifying pensions for members. Large public sector employers, such as local authorities and NHS Scotland, surely have a responsibility at being the forefront of rectifying this inequality. There are some simple steps that could be taken, but it has to start with our population being informed. Trade unions have a role too, and I am so proud that Unison has been campaigning on this issue. And a shout out to Simon Watson for bringing it to my attention. Conference, women deserve equality in our pensions, which after all is deferred wages, as we do in our pay. Conference, please support this motion.
Can I invite the delegate moving motion 5 to come to the rostrum?
Linda Clark from Unite the Union. Conference, I'm really sad to say, but the winter fuel payment cut has been a really bad policy at several levels. UK government have unfortunately managed to alienate 10 million pensioners who have lost out, but especially the 2 million pensioners whose income is just above the pension credit threshold, and especially women pensioners who are the majority who have lost out. The SNP are offering nothing this year and only £100 next year. And despite the extra funding from the Labour government, because of the SNP mismanagement of the economy and the deficit they've created, this is also going to limit the benefit of this money for public services. Now, the perverse truth is that the older you are, the bigger the loss. Most people get 200, but if you're over 80, you get 300. So there's now 2.7 million over 80s who are not in pension credit who are going to lose out. Now, comrades, I have in my hand 2 letters from the DWP. The first is a 4-page letter dated from November last year, signed by Liz Kendall. It's addressed to the House of Commons Pensions Select Committee, and it contains a 5-year impact assessment carried out by the DWP on the impact of the winter fuel allowance cut. And in Liz's own words in this letter, it's online, it says 50,000 additional pensioners will be placed in absolute poverty every year up to 2029, which, as you know, will be the next general election. Conference, absolute poverty is just one step above destitution. The United Nations defines absolute poverty as a condition characterised by severe deprivation of basic human needs, including food. So I'll repeat the words in that DWP letter. 50,000 additional pensioners will be placed in absolute poverty every year up to 2029. So how can a Labour or a Scottish Government justify that? They just can't. The second letter I have here, again from the DWP, was sent out to all pensioners last week to tell them what the increase will be from April for the triple lock. Now, for the basic pension, there's an increase of £7.50 per week, and even less if you pay tax. So with sky-high inflation, increasing inflation, much, much higher for food, high energy bills going up again in April, council tax going up, and everything else going up, don't believe any politician who goes on TV and makes out that pensioners are getting a great deal with this triple lock, because it's just not true. Conference, despite Anna Sarwar's promise to reinstate the winter fuel payment linked to a tapered tax system, which is good, Scottish Labour are still trailing in the polls. The only winners of this policy are the SNP and particularly Reform, who opportunistically, as we know, are jumping on the bandwagon. Now, yes, we know and we agree that the likes of Alan Sugar and his rich friends, they don't need the winter fuel allowance. But that is what progressive tax systems are for. If the UK and Scottish governments are truly bothered about the likes of Alan Sugar and his rich friends receiving state benefits that they don't need, then properly tax their wealth. The 50 largest families in the UK own 500 billion between them. They own as much as the poorest 50% of the population, and they don't pay their fair share. So, Conference, a very welcome intervention by Annis on the winter fuel allowance, but we must insist that UK Labour and Scottish Government think again to reverse this disastrous decision. We need a new direction on this issue. Thank you.
I understand that's been seconded from the floor, so can I ask the delegate moving motion 6 to come to the rostrum, please?
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Wendy Scullen and I am from the Dundee West CLP. And I'm not going to take up too much of your time because I know debating time is short and because this motion is simple. Learning to swim saves lives. We are an island surrounded by fast-moving water. We have lochs, rivers, fairy pools, and depending on where you live, watery bogs. Many councils are making the dangerous choice to close community pools where kids have lessons in this life-saving skill. I grew up in a tiny village in the Highlands, which for this motion is great because it was called Pool U. In the late 80s, a local benefactor gave the community money and a wonderful local activist got funding to make a small pool happen. The community rallied around because they knew how important it was to teach the local children in the community how to swim. It brought the communities together and all the children have learned to swim in that pool and it's still open now. Where I grew up, it's vital to learn to swim. In some communities, local people have had to fight for these pools to be built, work hard at keeping them open, and now are fighting closure of these much used and needed facilities. When these facilities close, it means less space for kids to have lessons and prices some families out of lessons altogether. Swimming is so much more than just an important life-saving skill. Pools are somewhere where participation levels for those with disabilities and additional support needs are the highest. With the closure of these pools would come social isolation and no participation in any sport from some. The benefits go far beyond just learning to swim. It's a place to keep fit, somewhere to improve your mental health, and most importantly, an excellent birthday party venue. We ask Conference to pass this motion and recognise the importance of keeping these vital community assets open. I move this motion.
Thank you. Can I ask the seconder to come up?
Conference, Marcus Fluker, Angus South CLP, and delighted to be seconding this motion from our friends in Dundee. Swimming pools are one of those things that I would say that you don't really notice unless you're a regular user or a parent of a child who swims, or until they're gone. But they are vital community assets that serve to support the long-term safety and health of our population. Pools also bring people together for fun and friendship. For our young people, pools and the swimming clubs that they host offer important skills and opportunities. The charity Children in Scotland notes that getting active can, quote, change a child's life. And they are right. Participating in sport is known to improve the mental and physical health of children and can improve communication and teamwork skills. There's also been research which has found links between participation in sport and better performance in schools. Scotland's community pools are also helping to facilitate the training of our future athletes and Olympians. So against the backdrop of an increasingly difficult environment for Scotland's youth work sector, any closure of a swimming pool only represents the yet further degradation of opportunities for our young people. And, as was mentioned earlier, learning to swim can save lives. Research by Scottish Swimming has found that 95% of the Scottish population agree that pools are important for safety. The drowning rate in Scotland is more than double than the rate of the UK as a whole, and our unique geography means that danger from water is never far away. It is therefore so important that we ensure that everyone in Scotland is able to learn how to swim. For all these reasons, and many more, it is right that we stand up against the closure of community swimming pools in Scotland. Thank you for listening, and please support the motion.
Thank you. Can I now ask the delegate moving motion 7 to come to the rostrum?
Emma Russell, Scottish Labour Students Delegate. Good afternoon, Conference. I would like to move motion 7, brought to Conference by Scottish Labour Students, which seeks to make spiking a standalone criminal offence in Scotland. I want to begin by recalling the peak of spiking in Scotland, 2021 and 2022. Report after report of horrifying spikings by injection emerged, and there was a palpable sense of fear on university campuses across Scotland. Despite these attacks being almost impossible to prevent, students were told to be cautious, to watch their drinks and watch their friends, and maybe they would be fine. 4 years on from the peak of reporting in Scotland, a fear of the risk of spiking continues to impact many of us. While the issue is further out of the public eye than it was 4 years ago, nothing has changed. The language around spiking continues to place the burden on the victim. Did you leave your drink? Did you drink too much? Well, you should have been more careful. Unsurprisingly, with the culture that surrounds it, spiking is a vastly underreported crime. A recent UK-wide survey found that 89% of victims said that they did not report the incident to the police. Half of those that did not report suggested that the main reason was that they didn't see the point. They believed that the police couldn't or wouldn't do anything to investigate the incident. But while spiking is an issue that is inescapable for students and young people, it is one that affects all age groups and exists in all environments. Conference, just last month, in the heart of British democracy, a spiking case was reported in Parliament with no arrests having yet been made. This incident shows us just how far-reaching spiking is, and that nobody, no matter their age or location, is completely safe from a spiking attack. Students are not safe from the threat of spiking on their university campuses, and staffers are not safe from the threat at work. Yet despite the prevalence of spiking, despite the fact that it is a fear that every young person carries with them on a night out, across the UK, there is no standalone criminal offence for spiking. Thankfully, this is set to change in England and Wales as the Prime Minister announced in November last year that the UK Government would introduce one coherent law, allowing for greater clarity on prosecuting spiking and hopefully providing a framework that encourages victims to come forward and access the support that they deserve. But shamefully, the Scottish Government have said they have no plans to introduce a singular spiking offence. Under Scottish law, spiking is currently most often prosecuted under the common law offence of drugging, with few cases being charged under the Sexual Offences Scotland Act. While this second offence recognises the sexual and often gendered nature of spiking, it only does for a few people, with the rest of the victims of spiking denied justice against their assaulter. This does not go far enough to support the victims of spiking. It does not go far enough to embolden others to come forward and report the crime. And it does not go far enough to simply even ensure justice. Therefore, Conference, we urge Scottish Labour to follow the UK Government and commit to introducing a standalone criminal offence for spiking that would recognise its prevalent, complex and often gendered and sexual nature. This new law should be updated as new forms of spiking come to light, reflecting the constantly changing threats victims face. We believe this change will lead to greater clarity on the law and higher prosecution and conviction rates, encouraging more victims to step forward and ensuring perpetrators are effectively punished. Finally, we call for owners of licensed premises and businesses to act to stamp out spiking on their premises. Employees must be educated in spiking awareness, and owners must also ensure all incidents of spiking on their premises are investigated properly, both by venue staff and by the police. To conclude, Scottish Labour should commit to introducing a standalone criminal offence for spiking, as Scottish Labour has the chance to stand up against spiking where the SNP have failed to do so, like they have failed our country on so many different fronts. That's why I urge you to support this motion. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I invite the seconder to the rostrum?
Good afternoon, Conference. Amy Lee Frioli, Scottish Young Labour. I'm proud to be seconding motion 7.
Spiking is a serious and growing problem, yet far too many victims continue to be let down by the justice system. The lack of a specific offence leaves cases to be prosecuted under outdated and inconsistent laws. The result? Few prosecutions, even fewer convictions, and victims left without justice. And with only a tiny percentage of reported cases making it to prosecution, it's little wonder spiking is massively underreported. Too often, people who have been spiked are dismissed or blamed, rather than given the care and protection that they deserve. Victims, disproportionately women and girls, are left feeling not just that the justice system isn't on their side, but that it's actively working against them. This needs to change. Making spiking a standalone offence would provide much-needed clarity in the law, ensuring that those who commit this crime are properly punished. It would also send a strong message that spiking is a dangerous and deliberate act and that it can have devastating consequences. The UK government has already set out its intention to take action by making spiking a specific offence in England and Wales. Scotland cannot afford to fall behind. A failure to act here would be a betrayal to the fight to end violence against women and girls. Spiking is a violation of trust, an abuse of power, and far too often a form of gender-based violence. It's time to treat it with the seriousness it deserves, and for those who commit these crimes to be held properly accountable for their actions. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I now invite the delegate moving motion 8 to come forward?
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Colette McDermott, and I'm here on behalf of the Scottish Association of Labour Councillors. Conference, let me start with a hard truth. Scotland's public services are at breaking point. Not because of the dedicated public sector workers who keep our communities running, but because of almost 20 years of systematic underfunding by the SNP government. The reality in our communities is that basic services are failing. Social care packages cut back. Statutory services at breaking point. Community facilities shut down. This is the daily reality for families across Scotland. And Conference, let's be clear, this is a political choice. Council funding has been cut year after year, while costs and demands have soared. When the SNP talks about efficiency savings, what they really mean is fewer services, fewer staff, and fewer resources for our communities. And who does this hurt the most? It's the families relying on home care for an elderly parent, the child who needs additional support in school, the vulnerable adult depending on social services. These are essential services that any decent society should provide. Scottish Labour's approach is about practical, funded solutions to rebuild our local services. Yes, this means reform of council tax and replacing it with a fairer system based on ability to pay. Yes, it means ensuring those with the broadest shoulders pay more. And yes, it means giving councils the stable, long-term funding they need to support people in our local communities. We're clear about the scale of the challenge. Rebuilding local services after years of cuts won't happen overnight. Setting up new tax systems takes time, but we're equally clear about the direction we need to take. We need proper funding for core services, genuine local autonomy, and a tax system that's fair and sustainable. After nearly 20 years, all the SNP have to offer is a continuation of managed decline of our public services, a centralising agenda that undermines local democracy, and councils that are failing to deliver basic services. People across Scotland deserve better. Under a Labour-led Scottish Government, we have the opportunity to change this. We can reform the unfair tax system, resource our public services properly, rebuild our frontline services, and restore power back into our communities. Conference, public services desperately need a new direction, and only Scottish Labour can deliver it. Please support this motion.
Thank you. Can I ask the delegate seconding to come up?
Thank you very much. Catherine Vallis, member of the SALC Executive, and also here as a Glasgow Kelvin delegate. I was proud to second the Glasgow Labour City Council budget yesterday. Our budget would have reversed the SNP's teacher cuts, fully reopened swimming pools to feed into another motion, and also increase the number of additional support needs teachers and teaching assistants. Thanks to the biggest funding settlement for the Scottish Government since the start of devolution, our spending gap reduced by 100 million compared to last year. But there shouldn't have been a spending gap at all. It is beggars' belief that once over £5 billion had gone through an SNP Scottish Government, local authorities across the country were awarded so relatively little that there is unlikely to be a council in the country that is not going to be raising council tax. This is just indicative of years and years of underfunding from an SNP government that doesn't value local services, that doesn't value local people, and who believes that they know best every time, when we know the fact is that they simply don't. Local authorities are expected to do more and more with less. They're expected to meet more and more challenges from social care, more and more challenges on education, and declining local areas with less and less money. It is devastating every year looking at the budget papers and knowing that we are not getting the money that we deserve in order to be able to run our areas and to give back to our communities properly. If you've been frustrated by cuts to friends and relatives' social care packages, you need a Scottish Labour government. If you've been avoiding the same pothole on the way to work for the past year, you need a Scottish Labour government. And if your local area is in decline, you need a Scottish Labour government who will fund your local services properly. Because only Scottish Labour and only Anna Sarwar is offering that now, and will do that if we win the election next year. Please support the SALC and Unison motion and make sure that our local services are given the funding that they deserve.
Can I now invite the delegate moving composite motion 2 to the rostrum?
Conference, Willie Docherty, Unison, moving composite motion 2, fair funding for public services. Conference, public service staff are at the heart of a fairer Scotland, and investment in those staff is key to improving public services. Public service workers are under pressure with cuts to budgets and jobs, meaning staff have to work harder while high inflation devalues their pay. Inflation's fallen in the past year or so, although the other day we heard that it's gone back up again. But prices are still rising. Too many workers are struggling to make ends meet. And restoring the value of pay and improving conditions is essential to retaining and recruiting the highly skilled workers needed to deliver vital services. Public service staff are leaving in droves, moving to easier work and retiring early. Vacancies are increasingly hard to fill as pay and conditions and work environment are often better elsewhere. Or employers delay filling vacancies to save money. And this failure to fill vacancies increases workloads for remaining staff. Services are only maintained because staff work longer hours by skipping breaks, coming in early and staying late. And there's a significant loss of experience too, with complex and challenging work being pushed down the pay scales. These issues are seen all across public services. The government must invest in public services and the staff who deliver them. Delays mean higher costs further down the line. Infrastructure will crumble, people will get more unwell, and the failure to provide opportunities creates a demand for other services like health, police and justice, social work and care. Public services are currently being seen as a last resort rather than providing the springboard for individuals and families and preventing problems from happening before they even do. Let's look at the NHS. NHS staff need are continuing to experience severe workplace challenges. Waiting lists and waiting times are at the highest ever since devolution, whilst NHS boards delay filling vacancies to save money. Even when jobs are advertised, it can be a struggle to fill them. Exhausted staff are leaving. The NHS Scotland needs short and long-term planning to address the staffing crisis. The reliance on bank and agency staff is costly. Increased training is essential, as is the financial incentives to encourage people to train to fill these vital roles. Some NHS staff are attracted to bank working because of the flexibility it offers. This is the same for agency work, which also offers better pay. So the NHS has to focus on what staff need to keep them in the service. And then local government. Local government budgets have borne the brunt of the cuts. The government's failure to properly fund its priorities also means that other areas within local government have had disproportionate cuts. Staff are under significant pressure to maintain a decent service level. Like other services, staff are leaving, retiring early, or going to work elsewhere. And there's a growing recruitment and retention crisis across local government, particularly in areas like planning, environmental health, trading and building standards, services that are all essential for our safety and economic growth. Social care. Nowhere is the impact of poor pay more obvious than in social care. This fragmented service struggles to recruit and retain the highly skilled staff needed to deliver this essential service. There have been years of warm words about fair work, but little progress. Workers undertaking the highly skilled vital role continue to have poor job security, poor terms, conditions, and pay that is scarcely above the legal minimum. Not only does this harm the workers, it leaves users without the service they need. Problems in social care put pressure on the NHS, increasing costs and waiting times. Investment in these workers will lead to huge savings elsewhere and help us fix the NHS. Conference, I move.
From the floor, thanks very much. Thank you, delegates, for moving and seconding these motions. Can I now ask for delegates who wish to speak in this debate session to raise their hands? I'll take speakers in groups of 3, but we are really pushed for time, so please make your way to the side of the stage. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes, and as previously mentioned, this will be timed to allow as many delegates as possible the opportunity to speak. See, Craig, Polly, Katrina.
Chair Conference, Craig Anderson of the CW, rising to support motion 5. As a carer to my mum, who is 82, she's totally housebound. She's got full onset vascular dementia. I see for myself how this motion and in the effects of the decision by Keir Starmer's government to abolish the fuel credit has taken effect. Before anybody asks, she's lucky. She's got me. Well, I think she's lucky she's got me, but she can't remember if she thinks she's lucky. But she's lucky she's got me because, as I say, she's got a full lot of benefits. But many people are not that lucky, and many people, are not able for themselves to do that. So this year, in the same week, has been informed that our winter tax fuel credit was not going to happen, and she got a tax bill for £700 as well. So that's £1,000 she lost. So the decision by Keir Starmer's government and those UK MPs to abolish that universal winter fuel payment and to means test it was nothing short of a strategical, tactical disaster, but more importantly, a disgusting attack on the neediest in our society and how it was thought through. Shortly after that announcement, there was a by-election in Dundee with two cracking candidates. One's Marty Smith and the other one's Richard McCready. And the two of them got absolutely hammered on the doors. Absolutely hammered, they did. And we also know, obviously, Annis has objected to the fact of what they've done. But that's been ignored. I also know of MPs that came under pressure to stand behind this position, which was wrong. It's no surprise that policies like the scrapping of the winter fuel payment and the abandonment of the WASPy women have went down badly amongst the wider electorate. Shocking polling figures in recent weeks highlight the depth of the disillusionment caused by these failures at a UK level, with the Scottish Labour Party, our Scottish Labour Party by the way, at risk of slipping to third place, let alone contending for victory. So the injustice facing the WASPy women is another glaring example. And when you think about it, there's 336,000 of them, WASPy women living in Scotland. Each will have a vote next year. And to put that figure into perspective, that's 69% of the entire regional list vote at the last election, which delivered most of our MSPs. It could prove catastrophic for not just the 22 current sitting MSPs in Holyrood, but for all our candidates. So these policies are just not just political talking points, they are moral imperatives as well as vote winners. Just right there, Chair. At a time needed never before. So Scottish Labour must differentiate itself objectively from the failures that Keir Starmer's led government is currently undertaking.
Afternoon Conference, Polly Jones, Unison Delegate, speaking in support of Motion 6, Access to Swimming. Last month, Storm Eowyn ripped the roof off my local leisure centre in Helensburgh. You might have seen the dramatic videos of the bits flying all over the town. This brand new leisure centre was the culmination of 20 years of campaigning and planning, and it had a fabulous pool at its heart. 5,000 people used it regularly, 1 in 3 of us in the town. But the real proof of its success was when you couldn't find your teenager, you knew it was because they were all hanging out at the cool new pool. And at £30 a month for the whole family to use the pool, the gym, the classes for unlimited access at any time, this was accessible, equitable, quality public provision at its best. And boy, do we miss it now it's gone. All credit to the dedicated, hard-working staff at Argyll and Bute Council for getting the gym and the classes up and running in just a couple of weeks after the storm. But Helensburgh has now joined many other Scottish communities which struggle to access a pool. And we all know why. £6 billion in SNP cuts to local authority budgets has led to a 20% reduction in culture and leisure services over the last 10 years. Unison members, all of us, know firsthand the damage these cuts have made to people, families, communities, and to our economy. And among all of the important issues we'll be discussing here this weekend, don't underestimate the value of public leisure services, including the humble swimming pool. They give everybody, no matter your income, something to enjoy and a chance to stay fit and well. But just as important, universal provision of quality public services, including swimming pools, is crucial in winning the argument for a more effective, progressive tax system. Taxpayers need to see what we're doing with their money, and even better, to use it. So keep swimming and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Conference. Katrina Ficenda, I'm proud to serve the people of Leith as a Labour councillor, and I'm speaking in favour of motion 3 and composite motion 2 because I really care, like I think everybody does here, about public services. But you know, yesterday when we set our budget, I felt deeply ashamed to listen to the many deputations there to defend funding for vital services, in the knowledge that if they won, others lose. In council chambers across Scotland, individual councillors will have experienced this. And until we address the decades of underfunding, the stripping of power of local government, we're going to keep repeating this. And of course, the SNP government are content to pass on the responsibility of deciding if this year it's road safety or schools or social care, and not to meaningfully address how we can fund a decent level of public services. But we too, as Labour councillors, have a job to do right now. We can't move forward until we recognise that under the current constraints, we cannot deliver anything like the level of services that we know that people deserve. And as Labour councillors, we need to start using our collective voice. And my appeal to our party's leadership is to stop putting unhelpful constraints on how council administrations are formed, which leave us relying on votes from parties that have no common interest in public services with Labour. You know, our party, and those of us who are a bit older remember this, although some of it I don't remember, have a proud history of councillors who stood up and fought for their communities, whether it was the 30 Poplar councillors in 1921 who risked going to jail to not serve punitive rates on their community, or the Labour councillors who faced down Thatcher in the 1980s. We need to build alliances across Scotland with those who are committed to public services and publicly run services. And we also need, and this is maybe a little bit to our MPs and MSPs, we need to respect more the work of local government and the work that councillors do. But above all, we need the levers and the funding to deliver these services. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Okay, I've got time for 3 more speakers. Delegate here. Delegate there. Sorry.
Conference, the last time I spoke at this podium was the Labour candidate for the Livingston constituency, and it's a great honour today to stand at this podium as the Labour Member of Parliament for the Livingston constituency. And I just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for the doors you knocked, the leaflets you delivered, and the calls you made to deliver me, my 36 colleagues, as your Scottish Labour MPs. It's a privilege I will never take for granted. Public services are the beating heart of our community. And under this UK Labour government, we're finally seeing the investment and reform that is needed. In just 7 months, Labour has delivered 2 million more extra GP appointments in England, a promise made and a promise delivered. Just imagine what a new direction like that, with new energy and ideas, could mean for Scotland's NHS, where 1 in 6 of us is stuck on a waiting list. Only a Scottish Labour government under Nass Sarwar's leadership can fix this crisis. But it's not just our NHS. Let's talk about our education system too, once the envy of the world. It powered our economy and drove social mobility. But now we're sliding down the international league tables. Attainment rates are down across the board, failing children of all backgrounds and failing the children of the poorest backgrounds the most, with the attainment gap widening year after year after year. And what was the SNP Education Secretary's response? Well, it was to pull us out of the international league tables to hope that we did not notice. But Conference, we noticed, and parents across Scotland have noticed too. Conference, do you know how bad it is? Well, let me tell you, the Tories, a party that does not believe and public services have done a better job improving standards in English schools than the SNP have done here in Scotland. Can you imagine that, conference? The Tories have done a better job with state system than the SNP. And conference, let's not forget, the Scottish Government now has the largest budgetary settlement in the history of devolution. But where is the investment? Locally, East Calder desperately needs a new medical centre. St John's is struggling with delayed discharge, and its incredible staff are being let down by the SNP failures. The National Care Service, well, it's a shambles with millions wasted. The SNP has been governed now for almost 2 decades, and in 2026, they'll come back to the electorate again, asking for another 5 years to fix their own mess. But for John Swinney, or analogue John now, it's just being a bit better than Humza is not good enough. It's not good enough for Scotland. The list of achievements by the Scottish Government when it comes to investing in our public services would not fill the back of a napkin. Conference, it's time for a new direction for Scotland's public services. It's time for a Scottish Labour government. And in 2026, let's end the SNP's drift and decline and take our public services in Scotland in a new direction. Thank you.
Conference, Kirsten Clotcher-Dyer, Chair of Perth and Kinross CLP, first time speaking at conference. I was determined not to, but here we are. Speaking very passionately in support of motion 6. In Perth and Kinross right now, the SNP Council Administration are blindly pushing forward with controversial plans to close our current leisure centre and to replace it with a single, small, inadequate body of water with no dedicated space for leisure swimming. Kids having vital lessons in this life-saving skill will be fighting for space against competitive swimmers and those who simply want to swim for fun. Coincidentally, in doing this, they will also be removing one of the busiest, most accessible car parks in our city centre by building the new pool on top of it. This is a scandal, and our single Labour councillor in Perth and Kinross is valiantly leading the charge against this decision. We have fully costed proposals to redevelop a proper leisure pool on its existing site, and we've gained Tory support for this, but the SNP are simply not backing down. Swimming is a vital life skill for children and adults alike. Whether it's for fitness or fun, it's something that should be encouraged and made as accessible as possible to everyone. Conference, please support this motion.
Hello, Conference. I am Matthew Milroy, CLP delegate for Dumfries and Galloway. I wanted to support motion 6, 7, 8 and the composite motion 2. I have always been a massive swimmer, been swimming since I was pretty much able to walk, and Dumfries and Galloway has always had a strong swimming connection with all the amazing wild swimming. But it's getting to the point, through a lack of funding, through the massive closures due to failing infrastructure, we are now up to, according to people who use the pool, 4-year waiting lists for swimming lessons for kids, which is unacceptable. Swimming is so important. It is good for health, and it's good for as preventive medicine, and it's just good as an active third space to that keeps kids off the streets, potentially doing vandalism, or and gets them into an environment which betters their health, both mental and physical, and keeps them out of trouble, and provides an educational space to prevent potential issues in the future. We are getting to the point where council funding is getting so restricted that the thought is that the Castle Douglas Pool and Leisure Centre is being shut down. These issues are then permeating further regarding to council budget issues that we need to address. We need more funding from Scottish Government because we are potentially losing a hospital in Stranraer due to budget restrictions for Dumfries and Galloway Health Board. So there seems to be so much focus on efficiency from the Scottish Government that there seems to be no look at efficacy. How can we properly affect our local communities? So after this, I also want to, again, put my forward motion for motion 7, making spiking a criminal offence. As someone who worked in hospitality for nearly a decade, and who lived in Dundee when there was a massive spike in, pardon the pun, a massive increase in spiking in the city while I was working there. This is an endemic issue that needs to be addressed, and I'd like to thank you for your time. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Can I now ask Pauline McNeill, MSP, Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Justice, to close the debate? Thanks, Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. Pauline McNeill, MSP, Scottish Labour spokesperson on justice. Conference, there are many elements to Scotland's criminal justice system, but central to any high-performing one is a highly responsive, well-trusted, visible police service. Scotland's police force is well respected across the world. But there can be no doubt that in the past 18 years, the SNP's lack of leadership and investment has reduced public confidence and eroded the police's ability to respond to every crime. Our communities must know that the police will turn up when crime is reported and know that it will be investigated to the highest standard. Now, last year's announcement that not every crime will be investigated where there are not obvious lines of inquiry erodes public confidence and is the thin edge of the wedge. So let me be clear, Conference, that Scottish Labour will put more police on our streets. We will establish a model of community policing and ensure that Police Scotland gets the investment it deserves. Since its creation over 10 years ago, the reform of Police Scotland has made savings of over £1 billion. But it hasn't been allowed to reinvest any of these savings. And this has led to the scandal of Police Scotland being the only force in the United Kingdom still operating without body-worn cameras. It's an absolute disgrace. So it's no surprise then that morale amongst police officers has reached an all-time low. Scottish Labour will have a strategy to retain police officers, to value them, and making joining the police an attractive career option for young people. But we will also make sure that there is accountability, especially when our police fall below the standards that the public expect. Conference, last year, I reported back to you on Labour's consultation on violence against women and girls. I wasn't fully aware at that time the extent to which deep fake abuse would be the new frontier of violence against women and girls. And well done to Labour students for their motion today. But the proliferation of sexually explicit deep fake images has grown at an alarming rate, causing devastating harm to victims, almost all women and girls. Conference, there is an urgency to act, which is why we must demand that the law must criminalise those who create this content in the first place. Because shockingly, teenage girls have found that their classmates are using apps to transform their social media posts into nudes before sharing them. And we know that we need to tackle male attitudes to women, and we have to do this at a young age. But the tech giants must also be held to account. Conference, Scottish Labour are clear. Without a well-resourced, accessible legal aid system, ordinary people will not get justice. And if we continue to lose legal aid lawyers, it will have a disproportionate impact on women. Victims of domestic abuse seeking non-harassment orders or other emergency representation will not be able to engage a lawyer. Scotland's legal aid system is in crisis, and if we don't fix it, then it will be very difficult to reverse. With a third of practising lawyers set to retire in the next decade, Scotland faces the very real possibility of a complete collapse in the system. So a Scottish Labour government will have a plan to attract and retain legal aid lawyers from the outset of a Labour government. We will also ensure that we can resource our commitment for the introduction of independent legal representation for rape victims that my colleague Katie Clark has taken forward. We need to end the feeling of disempowerment that rape victims feel before a trial begins, and during the trial, where they feel as victims it's not about them. We must end this conference. There can be no doubt that Scotland needs a new direction for justice to turn back the dial of the SNP incompetence and complacency. Scottish Labour will put the public at the heart and communities at the heart of a revitalised, fairer and more secure justice system. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Pauline. Rhoda Grant, MSP. Conference, our second debate, and just to be clear, the votes will all be taken at the end of the afternoon session. Conference, our second debate session this afternoon is on a new direction for our communities. During this debate, we will consider the following motions. Motion 9 on A66 investment, submitted by Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley CLP. Motion 10 on Ardrossan Harbour, submitted by Cunningham North CLP. Motion 11 on fair funding for rural roads, submitted by Dumfries and Galloway CLP. Motion 12 on rural transport, submitted by Ettrick, Roxburgh and Selkirk. Motion 13 on the A96 upgrade, submitted by Morris CLP. Comsite Motion 3 on the ScotRail ticket office closures, submitted by TSSA and Greenock and Inverclyde CLP. Conference, can I now welcome Claire Baker, MSP, Shadow Minister for Transport, to open the debate.
Thank you. Conference, it is an honour to stand before you today to talk about the future of Scotland's transport system as Scottish Labour's transport spokesperson. After years of decline, mismanagement and broken promises from the SNP, we know it is time for change. Time for a new direction. We have a Labour UK government, and we need a Scottish Labour government here in Scotland that will work for people in our communities, for businesses, and to deliver the infrastructure and the transport solutions that Scotland deserves. Transport is much more about just getting us from A to B. It is about connecting people, about making sure we can get to work, to education, or to healthcare. It allows us to live our lives fully and ensures that communities can thrive. But when the transport system fails, connections are lost, people are cut off, appointments are missed, and opportunities cannot be taken. Without a well-functioning transport system, Scotland cannot move forward. For too long, the SNP have failed Scotland on transport. From the delays and cost overruns on major infrastructure projects such as the A9 dualling, the shambolic management of the ferries that has left communities in the islands stranded, or the ScotRail services that fail passengers daily, the pattern is clear. the SNP are holding Scotland back. Rail fares continue to rise while services deteriorate. Bus routes are being cut and services are becoming inaccessible to many, while progress on franchising has been glacial. The SNP's mismanagement of ferry procurement has led to spiralling overspends and continued disruption for island communities. But conference, I do not need to tell you that the SNP is failing on transport because you already know. Across Scotland, communities are being let down. The number of motions to conference demonstrates how much this matters, from the borders to the Highlands. But next year we have an opportunity to turn things around, to take transport in a new direction, with a Scottish Labour government who will make sure that transport projects are delivered on time and on budget. We can deliver the modern transport network that Scotland needs for economic growth, for job creation and to tackle the climate crisis. We will make our transport system work for the people of Scotland, accelerating bus franchising, fixing the ferries fiasco and delivering a rolling programme of replacements, making sure our road network is fit for purpose and ensuring that public transport and active travel are priorities. Conference, we need to see a rail service which is run for the benefits of passengers, with affordable rail fares. That is why, as Anas pledged earlier, we will bring an end to peak time rail travel for good. The current rail fare service penalises people travelling to work and it doesn't benefit passengers. The SNP did a pilot of peak fare removal, which, despite their best efforts, they failed to publicise it and they ran it during a reduced timetable. It did, however, increase passenger numbers. And they then not just chose to scrap it, but they then hit passengers with another price hike as well. The pilot was flawed and the SNP did not commit to making it work. Scottish Labour would, within the 100 days of government, remove peak fares and we would not bring them back. When it comes to bus travel, there is work to do to improve reliability, affordability and accelerating the franchise system. Too many of our rural areas are losing services as operators pick and choose for profitability. That is not what passengers need. Labour will re-energise our bus network and make it work for passengers. Across Scotland, we have heard of increasing antisocial behaviour on our buses, including the tragic death of Keith Rawlinson following an incident on a bus in Elgin. Antisocial behaviour on buses is a problem. While the majority of passengers, including young people who are taking advantage of the free bus pass, are responsible passengers who are grasping the opportunity to access employment, education and socialise, we must not be complacent. We cannot have drivers feeling unsafe at work or passengers feeling uncomfortable about using buses, and the behaviour has to be addressed. We will enable the removal of the free bus pass for anyone involved in serious or persistent antisocial behaviour on buses, and we will work with the bus operators and local authorities to improve security and safety measures. Having visible and understandable consequences for poor behaviour will make buses safer for passengers and for drivers. The SNP's transport failures have gone on for long enough. It is time for Scotland to have a transport system that works for everyone, one that is reliable, efficient and fit for the future. Conference, let's take this fight to the SNP. Let's demand better for Scotland. Let's deliver a transport system that works for our people, for our businesses and for our communities. Thank you, and I look forward to the debate this afternoon.
Thank you, Claire. I'm going to move straight on to the moving of the motions, and I would say, delegates, if you can trim it at all, then it will potentially allow for some speakers from the floor. Otherwise, we're really against time. Can I ask for the mover of motion 9, please?
Chair, Conference, Neil Murray, Carrick Cumnock and Doon Valley CLP. I'm here today to move this motion which calls on Conference to recognise the strategic importance and economic value of the A77 trunk road. The A77 runs through south-west Scotland from Glasgow to Portpatrick and Galloway, 7 towns such as Kilmarnock, Ayr and Stranraer. It represents a vital trading corridor between Scotland and Northern Ireland via Scotland's busiest ferry port, Cairnryan, Cairn Ryan is Scotland's main port for freight and passenger travel to and from Northern Ireland, providing significant trading, tourism and employment benefits for the whole of the South West. Despite its critical role in freight movement and domestic travel, the A77 remains primarily a single carriage road between Ayr and Portpatrick, meaning heavy goods vehicles are restricted to 40 mph speed limit. The road also travels through several towns and villages, such as Girvan, where speed limits and traffic congestion can affect time travel and road safety. Chronic underfunding and years of neglect from the SNP government have led to significant safety concerns for those who travel this road. Landslides and road closures are frequent, leading to lengthy diversions, sometimes up to 160 miles. Road closures in rural areas often force traffic onto small rural roads, which are ill-equipped to handle heavy goods vehicles, causing damage to the roads and disruption to communities. Since 2014, the A77 has been subjected to traffic control measures that have reduced parts of it to one lane. The road is too slow, unreliable, and in some parts dangerous. Accidents are a regular occurrence on this route, which can have an effect on emergency services getting to people who need their help. The lack of investment in the A77 significantly limits the potential of South West Scotland, which, as you all know, is the most beautiful part of Scotland. Thank you. The SNP government has failed to deliver on Recommendation 40 from the 2022 Strategic Transports Project Review, which recommends safety, resilience and reliability improvements be made on the A77 and A75. This would include, but not limit, to enhancing overtaking opportunities, widening or realigning of carriageways and improving junctions. Delays in implementing this recommendation are costly. Upgrades would not only incensitize new investment in the area, bringing the benefit to the economy and local communities, but it would also save lives and improve the environment in the towns and villages across the South West. It's also crucial that the Scottish Labour Government works with the UK Labour Government to explore what upgrades can be made to the A77. Cross-governmental working will help realise the road's full economic potential while ensuring safety of travellers. Conference, I call on you to recognise the need for upgrades and investment in the A77, one of Scotland's most important roads, and to create a national conversation around the social and economic advantages that this would bring. Thank you.
A motion seconded from the floor, so can I ask the mover of motion 10 to come to the rostrum? Thank you.
Andrea McGowan, Cunningham North, CLP. Unfortunately, I must start by a correction in our motion. We state that the Arran is the busiest route in Scotland, but according to latest figures published yesterday, this is no longer true. In fact, the footfall for Arran has fell by over 9%, 70,000 people from last year because of the ongoing failings and uncertainty around our ferries. As many of conference may be aware, the SNP government announced on Wednesday that they are expanding the business case and have set monies aside to purchase Ardrossan Harbour. But in terms of everything else, we are nowhere. Transport Minister Fiona Hislop stated, in terms of the ongoing negotiations, they are conducted in good faith. I wouldn't want to say anything about the timescales or indeed conclusions, later adding, we are some way off in terms of what investment results will be and the timescales for that. So, let me provide you a timescale. In October 2015, contracts were signed for 2 ferries. These were to be built in 2018. And as we know how that turned out, we're still waiting on the second ferry. And they were built too big for Ardrossan Harbour, despite several warnings to the government. In October 2016, Troon owners launched to bid to become Arran's main port, with Peel Ports and North Ayrshire Council campaigning against this, launching the A to B campaign in November 2016. At this point, the then Transport Minister, Humza Yousaf, conducted a feasibility study with mention of the upgrades to Ardrossan Harbour, but no delays and that. But in April 2017, we won A to B. It was confirmed Ardrossan would remain the main port as we had the stronger economic case. So 8 years on, does it feel like we've won? Well, not to the constituents of Cunningham North, it does not. After 7 transport ministers and 9 iterations of the business case, which appears to be moving on to its 10th, we are nowhere. Actually, we are worse than nowhere. We are in limbo with no answers, no transparency, and everyone's saying, of course you're getting to keep your ferry. But currently, we have no ferries. So let me tell you about what winning under the SNP government looks like. On the 29th of December, it was announced that Ardrossan and Arran residents had 2 weeks to prepare for the loss of the ferry. They were getting the new Glen Sannox launched in January, so Troon would automatically get that ferry. The impact that has had on local businesses is devastating, with people reporting losses of £400 a week, because this is our winter season. We are a community that relies on tourism during the summer, and during the winter we rely on regular business. In Ardrossan, this is not happening. The Arran businesses, the Arran people cannot get to Ardrossan to get their dogs groomed, their bedding washed, their local services that they are so used to getting, because what they would require to do is get the ferry back to Troon and get 2 trains to get to Ardrossan. So right now, people are suffering. Businesses are suffering. People's health is suffering. We have had many Arran residents complaining that they can't get blood tests over to the mainland in time, and having to repeat them over and over and over again, impacting on the pre-chemo blood tests, diabetics, and people with heart conditions, because the only time the bloods can get off the island is in the morning. So if you can't get your appointment in the morning, the nurses are having to centrifuge your blood, hoping it lasts to the next day, and hoping that the test results haven't been affected by this. But that, again, is taking up the nurses' time and having them waste appointments and have already failing NHS service. But also there's the social impact. We've got children that are unable to attend their local groups. They've been used to coming over from Arran to Ardrossan to get involved in their after-school activities. The current timetable does not allow for that. They cannot get from school over to the mainland to their after-school care without having to stay over, which means that, yes. So, but sadly, this is not unique to Arran or Ardrossan. In fact, the island communities are all facing poor infrastructure, lack of reliable ferries, and this is why I ask Conference to move our motion to ensure the immediate release of the business case and support financially our communities.
Can I have the seconder? Motion 10. You've done it from the floor. Well done. Can I ask the delegate moving motion 11? Thanks very much.
Chair. Conference. Hello. My name is Ruth Phoenix. I'm a delegate for Dumfries and Galloway CLP, and I'm moving motion 11, rural roads. When we were campaigning around the last general election, it's no exaggeration to say that every second household we went to had 3 issues: potholes, potholes, and potholes. And it's little wonder. As Scottish Labour revealed last year, there is a £2.5 billion road repair backlog in Scotland, £250 million alone in Dumfries and Galloway. Under the SNP, our roads and pavements have been left to crumble, and drivers, cyclists and walkers are paying the price. Conference, it's a damning symbol of SNP failure and a daily reminder to all of us how badly this SNP government has hollowed out council budgets. Thanks to the UK Labour government recent budget, the Scottish government will have the biggest funding settlement since devolution, an extra £5.2 billion over the next 2 years. But we know that when it comes to spending that money wisely, the SNP too often make the wrong choices. This motion from Dumfries and Galloway today offers a straightforward choice when it comes to our roads budget. A choice between fairness and forgetting. A choice between standing up for communities across Scotland or allowing a broken system to keep forgetting them. And can I just thank the genius behind this motion? I am a mere mouthpiece. Jack McConnell, our Jack McConnell, not the other Jack McConnell. Thank you, Jack. His motion proposes a fairer way to tackle the backlog of repairs on our road network, because currently the formula they use to fund road maintenance is unfair. It shortchanges local rural authorities, and in doing so it punishes the communities we should be fighting for. 2/3 of all road deaths happen on rural roads. These rural roads, the B and C roads, they're a lifeline for rural economies. They take a hammering from tractors, milk tankers, slurry wagons, timber wagons, quarry trucks, transporters, ambulances, fire engines. These roads are essential. They're also the only roads we have. Years of SNP underfunding has left them crumbling, putting lives at risk and hammering the pockets of drivers forced to pay out for repairs. Our outdated funding formula treats single-lane roads as though they cost half as much to maintain as two-lane roads, but they don't. Whether it's clearing ditches, repairing bridges, replacing signs, or keeping drainage systems working, the costs are the same, no matter how wide your road is. So we are asking Scottish Labour to push for a fair funding formula. The analysis is clear. Local authorities with the most road miles, places like Highland, Dumfries and Galloway, the Western Isles, Ayrshire, the Borders, Argyll and Bute, and Aberdeenshire, receive disproportionately less road maintenance funding than their share of Scotland's roads. What about urban councils? Will this starve them of funds? No. This is about ensuring fairness across Scotland as budgets grow. Some people sneer when they hear talk about potholes. It's become a standing joke. But when we talk about potholes, we're talking about the safety of our families, the arteries of Scotland's economy, and pride in our communities. Failure to invest in our roads isn't an inconvenience, it's a risk to life, a drain on resources, and a sign of a government that simply doesn't care. Briefly, can I support Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley's motion on the A77? The A77, along with the A75, are vital arteries that connect the central belt of Scotland with the north of England with Cairn Ryan, the ferry terminal. The need to make these crucial links safer, better and greener is clear and has never been more important. Safer, because every 3 days there's a casualty, an injury on both these roads. 546 in the last 5 years. Better, because these roads are so unreliable, it stifles our economy, it holds our businesses back. And greener, because we know that lorries on these slow roads emit tons more CO2 every day than they would on a dual carriageway. And what's green about a 40-ton wagon rolling past your front door and when you live in a village that hasn't got a bypass? Conference, after 18 years of neglect under the SNP, it's time for a new direction. And the next time you go crunch into a pothole, be thankful you voted in favour of this motion. Conference, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And that's been seconded from the floor. Can I ask the mover of motion 12 to come to the rostrum?
Thank you, Chair, trade union comrades and fellow members of the Scottish Labour Party. I am Kay Marie Hughes from Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire CLP, and I stand before you today to passionately advocate for Motion 12, enhancing infrastructure for a sustainable future in the south of Scotland. Today we gather at a pivotal moment in our journey towards a brighter, sustainable future for Scotland. Our commitment to advancing the UK's green industry within Scotland through Labour is unwavering, and we recognise its immense potential to stimulate economic growth and create jobs across our communities. But let's not sugarcoat the reality we face. We must confront the harsh truth. The SNP has significantly underinvested in our local authorities, and our communities are paying the price. Our Scottish roads and rail networks, particularly in rural areas, are in a critical state. South of Scotland, a region bursting with potential, yet historically overlooked, suffers from poor public transport and inadequate connectivity to national rail and road networks. This neglect is not just an inconvenience, it is a barrier to progress, hindering our economic development and limiting our opportunities. But I refuse to accept that the south of Scotland should be relegated to a mere corridor between Scotland and the rest of the UK. We envision a bright, thriving hub for industry and investment. We believe that improved infrastructure is not just a necessity, it is an essential for the success of our green industry initiatives, and it will facilitate the growth of sustainable jobs in our region. Let us dare to dream big. That's why I'm calling for a dedicated campaign by the Scottish Labour Party to advocate for significant investment in the south of Scotland's infrastructure, focusing on enhancing both road and rail connectivity. Urgent action is needed. We must prioritise the extension of the Borders Railway to Carlisle, forging a vital link to England that will not only supply freight transport, but will also stimulate economic growth and open the doors for our communities. Let's not overlook the exciting plans for Centre Parks to build a holiday park near Hawick. This development presents a tremendous opportunity for our region, but it also highlights the urgent need to improve our roads, rail and transport links to accommodate its construction and the future influx of tourists. By investing in these critical infrastructure projects, we can ensure that south of Scotland is well equipped to support this new venture and attract more visitors to our beautiful region. We must unite and collaborate with our local authorities and communities to identify and implement further infrastructure improvements that will attract industries such as retail, manufacturing and tourism to the south of Scotland. Our commitment is clear. We will not allow rural areas to be left behind in Scotland's transition to a green economy. We must provide necessary transport links for new industries and investment opportunities, ensuring that all of our communities have a seat at the table. This conference recognises the robust infrastructure is the backbone of economic development and sustainability. By investing in the south of Scotland transport networks, we can unlock the region's true potential, create good jobs and ensure that no community is left behind in our collective journey towards a green, more prosperous future. Let us stand together, united in purpose, and advocate for the change that our communities deserve. Together, we can elevate the south of Scotland into a thriving economic hub it has the potential to be. I move.
Can I ask the seconder of motion 12?
Hi there. Steve Lawrence of the Transport Salaried Staff Association, seconding motion 12, rural transport. Conference, the transition to net zero is the opportunity to overhaul our creaking infrastructure, dragging it into the 21st century, all while we tackle the climate emergency. Investment in the transport system must be at the centre of that transition, creating a rail network that services all our communities, countryside or town, rural or village or city, and expanding rail freight to reduce our emissions and take traffic off the roads. So it's vital we commit to investing in rural transport infrastructure, renew our commitment to extend the Borders Railway, and improve our bus links and connectivity. The railways we build and the bus routes we chart are the pathways to a new economy that puts our people and our planet first. Conference, that's why I urge you to vote for motion 12. Thank you.
Can I ask the delegate moving motion 13 to come to the rostrum, please?
I will try and be quick, I promise. Good afternoon, conference. My name is Ben Williams. I'm the councillor for Fochabers Lambride on Murray Council, and I'm here today as the delegate from Murray CLP. So, how old were you in 2002? That year was when Labour councillors in Murray, John Divers and Sandy Keith, launched their campaign for an Elgin bypass with a view to fully dualling the A96. They did this alongside the Murray Trades Union Council and the Northern Scot newspaper. 2002 also happens to be the year that I was born. So, here we are. It is 23 years later. Is the A96 dualled? It is not. So, I'm going to talk to you today about why it needs to be upgraded with a view to fully dualling it, in the hopes that we, Scottish Labour, can succeed where the SNP have so blatantly failed. I'm actually going to begin with an economic case. A pressing concern for all of us, I think, is the issue of rural depopulation. So many people, so many young people, feel that they simply do not have the opportunities in the communities they grew up in. Better transport links allow them to travel for work, to get new opportunities without having to leave the communities they grew up in. Likewise, our businesses who buy and sell goods will be able to transport them quicker and more reliably, boosting our local businesses. The arguments, though, are not just economic. Yes, the congestion in our towns does affect our local economy, but think about what it does to people's health to continually be breathing in exhaust fumes from this congestion. Now, tomorrow, I understand there's going to be a bit more debate on rural healthcare and some of the issues surrounding that, and rightly so. Given that rural healthcare is struggling, we ought to do whatever we can to prevent these issues, including acting on the plight of breathing in exhaust fumes from congested traffic in our towns. There is, of course, a political case too. We've just heard that the south of Scotland is a bit of an overlooked area, and that's true, as is the northeast, as are the Highlands and Islands, because, as we know, the SNP delivers for the central belt, whilst everyone else is left to fend for themselves. Therefore, there is an opportunity here for Scottish Labour to show that, unlike some, we are truly dedicated to the whole country. Beyond the economic, the healthcare, and the political cases, though, there is one which is more important. According to Transport Scotland's annual road safety review, 6 of the 10 most dangerous trunk roads in Scotland are on the A96. There is a significant safety concern. Between 2019 and 2023, there were 89 serious crashes, of which 14 were fatal. Conference, I have talked to you about the economic case, I've talked about the environmental case, and I have talked to you about the political case. All of these pale in significance to the safety concerns, which I hope show you the necessity of upgrading the A96 with a view to fully dualling it, and I do hope that you support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the seconder?
Afternoon, conference. Michael Gregson, a delegate and councillor from Inverness. Happy to support Murray CLP in this important motion, just like speakers from Dumfries and Galloway and Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley. The case for improved transport infrastructure in this part of the Highlands and Islands is key to unlocking economic growth and enabling communities to thrive and have greater health and easier links. Reliability, connectivity are absolutely central to our growth mission. The Fochabers fudge, of course, was not something to be eaten. This was Humza Yousaf's delaying and pushing back and putting on hold ideas which were first even announced, not just when Ben and his colleagues from the Labour end proposed upgrading of A96, but in 2011, when the SNP first said they would do it, they abandoned that pledge at the end of last year. So basically, the Fochabers fudge is all about the SNP pretending they care about the north of Scotland, the Highlands and Islands, indeed rural Scotland as a whole. I'm not even sure everyone would agree that they deliver for the Central Belt, but they certainly have not delivered for rural Scotland. This is a key artery between Inverness and Aberdeen, 86 miles, eventually you would hope would be on the Labour agenda for upgrading. And certainly this is an urgent need, and particularly in light of those chilling and worrying accident statistics that Ben has quoted. So this important strategic link needs to be upgraded. Thank you, Conference.
Can I now invite the delegate moving composite motion 3 to the rostrum, please?
Chair, Conference, hello. Mariam Eslamdouche, General Secretary of the Transport Salaried Staffs Association, moving Composite 3 on ScotRail ticket office closures. Regrettably, the SNP ministers are trying to deliver a hammer blow to safety and accessibility on Scotland's railways. The plans to severely reduce ticket office opening hours at over 100 ScotRail stations are a poorly disguised resurrection of the failed attempt to close every ticket office in England. Let me be clear, we defeated those Tory plans in England, and we must reverse these plans in Scotland. It's a disgrace that station staff face yet more threats to their livelihoods. These are essential workers who kept Scotland going all through the pandemic and every single day since then. But more than that, the service that ScotRail ticket office staff provide is vital for protecting disability access and women's safety on Scotland's railways. Without station staff, there is not even a remote possibility that disabled people can use our public transport independently. And with ticket office hours being slashed, what kind of transport service is it if disabled people will have to narrow their travel to just a few hours per week, regardless of when they actually need or want to travel? On the safety of women and girls, we know that so many of us fear when we travel. And we know that not only do we feel safer when station staff are on hand, we also know that we actually are safer as the presence of staff deters incidents from happening and allows for more rapid help when they do occur. We cannot allow the slash and burn dream of a de-staffed railway. Scotland's future relies on expanding access to an improved railway. Conference, together we must defeat the wreckers' plans to slash ScotRail ticket offices. Conference, I move.
Thank you very much. Can we have the seconder?
Conference, Councillor Paul Cassidy, Scottish Labour and Cooperative Council for Inverclyde South West, Greenock and Inverclyde CLP delegate and first-time Conference Speaker, seconding composite motion 3. Conference, the Scottish Government's reckless and cruel plan to slash ticket office hours at dozens of stations is not just an administrative change. It is a full frontal assault on our public services, our communities and our principles. These cuts aren't just about balancing the books, they're about removing essential services that people rely on every day. These cuts will rip away thousands of vital staffing hours every week. That's thousands of moments where a disabled passenger could have received assistance, thousands of times when an elderly commuter could have asked for guidance, thousands of chances to ensure a woman travelling alone at night felt safe. And yet, despite all this, the Scottish Government has the audacity to push ahead. But let's be clear, Conference, the public's already spoken and the public said no. In a 2022 consultation, overwhelming opposition was voiced. The people of Scotland rejected these cuts. 95% response to a Disability Equality Scotland poll objected to these proposals. Trade unions said no, rail users said no. But despite this deafening chorus of protests, instead of listening, instead of engaging, instead of respecting the will of the people, the Scottish Government has chosen arrogance over accountability and is steamrolling ahead without even the decency of a second consultation. And who will suffer the most? Disabled passengers, older people, those who rely on in-person assistance, those who find digital-only services a barrier, not a convenience. We already live in a Scotland where 2/3 of ScotRail ticket stations are unstaffed. Do we really want to make that worse? Conference, this is not just about ticket offices, this is about who we are as a movement. We're the party of working people, we're the party that fights for a fairer, more accessible, more inclusive society. That is why we must be crystal clear. These cuts are a disgrace and we will fight them every step of the way. And let's be absolutely clear, this is about safety too. Women and girls should not be forced to choose between their security and using public transport. The growth report told us plainly we need more staff presence, not less. And yet this government ignores its own evidence and ploughs ahead regardless. We will not let them get away with it. And let's remember, when the Tories tried this in England, they were defeated. They tried to strip communities of ticket offices and the public fought back and won. Well, if we stop them in England, we'll stop the SNP in Scotland too. Conference, we must stand with trade unions, with disability right groups, with passenger organisations. We must send a clear message to the Scottish Government, back down. We stand for a railway that is open, accessible and safe, a railway that puts passengers before profit and public service before cost cutting. We have a choice: stand by and let our stations become desolate and unsafe, or fight for a railway that works for everyone. Because I know where I stand. I stand with the workers, I stand with the passengers, I stand with every Scot who believes that public transport should serve the public. Let's fight these cuts, let's win this battle, let's keep our ticket offices open. Conference, I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
I'm afraid we're only going to have time for one round of speakers. So I'll take the delegate over here. Delegate there. The lady there. Cheers, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Tom Dewar for the Communication Workers Union and first time speaker at the conference. I should probably add first time this century because the last time I spoke was in the 80s. Up to support the motion for South West, small town and rural Scotland about infrastructure. I'm the senior IR rep for the 10,000 employees of Royal Mail in Scotland. People that drive the vans, people that process the mail, and the men and women that you used to see every day on your doorstep. You don't see them as often now because privatisation in 2013 has driven Royal Mail to the brink of bankruptcy. But we depend on the infrastructure to deliver the service that you pay for. And it's no quite, Anis was right to say that Glasgow is probably underfunded, but that is doubly true when you speak about rural Scotland and small town Scotland. Hopefully the incoming Labour government will improve that with investment in infrastructure. I have to be honest, I got a wee bit despondent. Nobody was happier than me to see the Tories out. But sometimes you wonder if there has been that much change at Westminster. One of the bright things on the horizon are the work that our Labour groups are doing. The campaign for Adjournment Harbour has been led by a retired postman, Charlie Curry, who won a by-election on the island of Arran. And North Ayrshire Labour group are kind of pointing the direction for how Scottish Labour needs to be. We need to speak for the communities that we come from. We need to challenge the inactivity of the SNP, and then we can improve the prospects for the rest of Scotland. Thanks, Chair.
Fiona Kearney, Adrian Short CLP delegate, supporting the ScotRail ticket office. Conference, I urge you to support the motion regarding the reduction in the ticket office in train stations. Due to how we buy tickets now, it's already resulted in a reduction of staff in ticket office, with some not being staffed at all. We've already seen it discriminates against people who can't buy tickets at machines or don't feel confident. It's also unsafe for disabled people who require assistance if their local station is unstaffed, and it puts them at a severe disadvantage. But the most worrying aspect that I feel is the safety aspect, especially for women, especially at night. In North Lanarkshire, where I'm from, there is a number of stations that are not staffed at all, and they're in the most desolate of areas. Those that are staffed, there is a severe reduction in the hours that they're staffed. So generally at night, there's no staff at all. And this does really make taking public transport at night feel very unnerving. It's just another example of an SNP government in Scotland that puts cost before the safety of individuals. If they can afford to increase rail fares, they can fully afford to staff stations to ensure accessibility and safety for all passengers. So I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Sandra MacDonald from Aberdeen. I stand to support today Murray CLP. Thank you so much for putting this on the agenda today. I think it really is important from Aberdeen to Inverness that we support the motion and that we make it very clear where we stand on this. I think that the economic case was pointed to, the environmental case, but also I think there is a real social case to be had for this particular route. And the heart of everything, the safety case, I think, is paramount. But I also think that we need to listen to the communities along that route. It's been too often that the SNP have just imposed upon us what is going to happen. And I think as a member of NESTRANS, the North East Transport Partnership, that we have said very clearly in our recent submission, listen to what communities want along that route and deliver what is needed to improve the safety on that route, the A96 from Aberdeen to Inverness and back again if necessary. But thank you very much, Murray, for bringing this today. Absolutely support this motion, please, conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to delegates for being short and brief there. That helps a lot. Can I now ask Mark Griffin, Shadow Spokesperson for Housing and Local Government, to address conference?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. We need a new direction for our communities. And nowhere is this clearer, absolutely nowhere, than when it comes to the homelessness and housing emergency. Because, Conference, home is everything. A good home keeps you safe and warm, keeps you healthy, keeps you with the people that you love. And building good homes helps us all. If we want to grow the economy, we have to build homes. If we want to create jobs, we have to build homes. If we want to end fuel poverty and cut carbon emissions, we have to build homes. If we want to end homelessness, we have to build homes. Because, Conference, right now, there are too many who simply can't count on a safe, secure home tonight. 41,000 people made a homeless application last year. Over 10,000 children currently living in temporary accommodation. A third of Scottish people today are in some kind of housing need. Conference, every 36 hours, someone dies sleeping on the streets of Scotland. That is a national tragedy. And you'll know all about stories about what this housing emergency is doing to people in Scotland. As Shadow Housing Minister, I've heard things that will stay with me forever. Family dinners cooked on radiators or in dirty kettles using shower water. Kids leaving their most precious things behind them for a tiny, dirty, dangerous hotel room. People trapped in hospitals for weeks on end because there's nowhere else for them to go. Because that's what the housing emergency is. It's not numbers, it's real people. It's the man in a sleeping bag on the high street who wasn't there before. It's your friend who's been on your sofa for months. It's your grandchild's friend who can't stop coughing because of the mould in his bedroom. Conference, it's your children who can't afford to save for a house while struggling to pay rent. It's not normal. It's not the Scotland that we grew up in, and it's absolutely not the Scotland we should accept. If Scotland is in a housing emergency, this government must take emergency action. But Conference, this SNP government and its incompetent housing minister has run out of ideas and now accepts failure as inevitable. A so-called housing bill that doesn't bring down rents, doesn't get one kid off the streets, doesn't take one child out of temporary accommodation, and doesn't build a single house isn't a housing bill. And John Swinney increased the housing budget this year, but it's a day late and more than $1 short. Typical SNP spin and sleight of hand, it doesn't reinstate the devastating cuts of the past 2 years. And so it's no surprise then that the SNP have been forced to admit that next year there will be fewer affordable homes built than at any point since the pandemic. At Conference, we just don't have enough homes. But the builders, the planners, the developers, the councillors and housing associations I speak to every day, they're desperate to end this housing emergency forever. They're desperate to get spades in the ground. The Scottish Labour will make it easier to get on with building the homes we desperately need. We've got plans to fix the broken planning system and deliver a shot in the arm to our struggling construction industry. Now, we'll do that by reforming the planning system and guaranteeing fair funding for our councils, who, after years of brutal cuts by the SNP, are now facing impossible choices. Choices like council tax hikes and service cuts. There's now a real risk that struggling Scots are forced to pay more for less as a result of that SNP failure. And that's despite a record-breaking budget settlement from a UK government. And we'll take our cue from that revolutionary approach of the UK Labour government. We will pull every single lever available to us in government to drive up housing supply and set demanding targets for house building. And as I said earlier, we simply can't afford to wait while more people die. In government, we will stop people from needing to sleep rough in cold and dangerous doorways. A Scottish Labour government will do what an SNP government has failed to do in 17 years. We will end homelessness on our streets once and for all. Scottish Labour. Scottish Labour will never sit by while a single person doesn't have shelter. And that's why I'll amend the housing bill, forcing the government to take direct legal responsibility for their actions to end this housing emergency. Complacency will never be tolerated again. Because, Conference, this housing emergency is not normal. We know what caused it. We know how to end it. So let's end it together. It's not enough to get rid of an incompetent housing minister. We need to get rid of this whole tired and complacent government. Conference, let's get on with the job. Let's choose a new direction for Scotland. Let's build the homes we desperately need with a Scottish Labour government.
Thanks, Mark, for that important contribution. Conference, can I now welcome Rhoda Grant, MSP, Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs, Land Reform and the Islands, to close the debate.
Conference, our collective strength is rooted in our communities, putting people together and ensuring that they can thrive. In rural Scotland, communities are under pressure due to the lack of homes and services, issues that are forcing people out. Young people should have the right and the ability to live in the communities which they grew up in. We will empower communities to make that a reality. Devolution does not stop in Edinburgh. It flows down through local government and into communities. We know that each community has different needs. Policy must meet their aspirations, and we do this by ensuring that it is devised and led by them. The SNP government brought forward an Islands Act, which sought to protect islanders and ensure policy was not harmful to them. That act has been ignored by agencies and indeed government itself, and there is no remedy available to enforce it. All it offers is empty promises. We will strengthen the Islands Act and give it teeth, and we'll go further. We will rural-proof policy. We all know that policy devised in rural areas carries across into urban areas, but that the opposite is not true. We will therefore ensure that every policy developed will be tested in rural areas to ensure it works for all our communities. Conference, it's of little surprise that the motions on this debate focus on transport and infrastructure. Without connectivity, how can we ever develop local economies? Failing infrastructure is a drain on our communities. Roads such as the A96, especially close to my heart, were promised upgrades, and that has just not materialised. The motion on Ardrossan Harbour highlights the SNP's total failure to provide reliable ferry services for our islands. This demonstrates the need for government to have a streamlined and collaborative ferry plan. That plan will be a reality under a Scottish Labour government. The closure of ticket offices has already happened in many rural areas. Because of this, there's even more need to keep the ones we have open to support those travelling into rural areas. Local authorities have been starved of cash, hence the proliferation of potholes. Damaged cars add cost to drivers, and this is especially difficult for those for whom a car is a necessity rather than a luxury. Conference, this is why we must grow our rural economies using community wealth building. The new UK Labour government is leading the way with local procurement for small and medium-sized businesses. But we must follow, building resilience and autonomy in our communities and rural areas. Our Gaelic plan was published well over a year ago, highlighting the issues that are destroying our Gaelic-speaking communities. These same issues are impacting the whole of rural Scotland. People being forced from their communities because of a lack of housing, jobs, and services. That same plan will not only protect Gaelic-speaking communities, it will also protect our rural communities throughout Scotland. We will also address economic drivers in our rural communities. We can't speak about empowering communities without addressing land ownership and because it's a huge economic driver, and the choice between developing our communities and running them down. There is a land reform bill in the Scottish Parliament. That doesn't reform Scotland's discredited land ownership patterns, and we'll amend it, and we'll try and make it work. But Conference, what is clear is that land reform remains unfinished business, and that's why a Scottish Labour government will finish the job and reform our land.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Conference, before we finish this afternoon's sessions, delegates will be invited to vote on the motions debated in both debates. Votes will be taken by a show of hands. So I'm just going to try and rattle through this. Colleagues, can I ask all those in favour of motion and the SEC position on motion 4 on gender pension gap is to support? Can I ask all those in favour of motion 4 on the gender pension gap to raise their hands? Thank you. Any against? That motion is carried. Motion 5 on winter fuel allowance, the SEC position is to support. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Can I see any against? Okay, that motion is carried. Motion 6 on access to swimming, the SEC position is to support. Can I see all those in favour? Can I see any against? That motion is carried. Motion 7 on make spiking a criminal offence, the SEC Positioners to support. Can I see all those in favour? Can I see any against? Thank you. That motion is carried. Motion 8 in local government funding. SEC position to support. Can I see all those in favour? Can I see any against? That motion is carried. Comsite motion 2 in fair funding of public services. SEC position to support. Can I see all those in favour? Can I see any against? Thank you. That motion is carried. Motion 9 on A77 investment. SEC position to support. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Can I see any against? That motion is carried. Thank you. Motion 10 on Adjournment Harbour. The SEC position is to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? That motion is carried. Motion 11 on fair funding for rural roads. SEC position to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? That motion is carried. Motion 12 on rural transport. SEC position is to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That motion is carried. Can I ask motion 13 on the A96 upgrade? The SEC position is to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? And last but not least, Comsite motion 3 on ScotRail ticket offices closures. SEC position to support. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Any against? That motion is carried. Thanks very much, Conference, for getting through that. Before we adjourn for tonight, I'd like to remind you that there are a number of fringe events taking place. Please see your conference guides for full details. I hope members will support these fringes which help the conference be possible, and stewards are on hand should you need direction. We also have our welcome reception this evening, kindly sponsored by Stonehaven, from 7 p.m. in the Argyle Suite in the Crown Plaza. Please note the entrance to the reception is located at the side of the hotel through the Argyle doors. Have an excellent evening, comrades. Conference resumes tomorrow morning at 10. Thank you.